Alright everyone, how we doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a fantastic weekend so far. And yeah, I'm playing Wonderlands. It's not variety. I said there was only chance. So like, yeah. It's me. I'm doing the thing. I opened that for some extra light. So like hopefully that's it's tolerable. But yeah. Hey Tenor, thank you so much for the 11 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, insert clever response to clever message here. I guess. Oh, I forgot to do something. Hang on 1 second. Okay, we're good. So, I want to do Hexecutioner setup. And, Squag a vampire? How would I be a vampire? What's happening? Are we morbid? I want to do a Hexecutioner setup, which is, for those who don't know, Clawbringer spell shot. So, a question was asked yesterday, a valid question, of like, hey, wouldn't Clawbringer be better for this chucking setup? And I was like, yeah, it would be. So I went and I moved some gear and some saves around and whatnot, and I have a save set up with all the gear from my chucking save, but I want to make it a Hexecutioner kind of spellcast hybrid type thing. So we're gonna mess around with that. I haven't even customized the character beyond putting a silly hat on it, so that's gonna be that. But anyway, let's greet everyone. We got Worlds, Itsukado, Fleece, Rapid Fire, New Mexibet, Jester, Boom, Reckless Monster, J-Bridge, Charlie, Tenor, Pup T, Kitten's Bomb. I think the lack of light and eternally good looks. but Morbin. It's Morbin time. It's Quaggin time. Either one works. Yeah, just side note before we get into it, like, y'all are super positive, and I appreciate that. I don't think you guys realize how cool a community you are. And I don't know, I just want to thank you again for that. I know I do it at the end of every stream, but I should start doing it at the start of every stream, too. Hey, The Forward, how you doing? Happy Saturday. So, the first thing we're gonna have to do is customize this character. We gotta customize, because this state of affairs, fashion-wise, is not acceptable to me. So I had silly hat. Do we just make it silly cursed? Here, what else can we do with this? What can we do with the mask part? We give silly mustache. There's no masks that go well with this helmet. That's so awkward. Just a reminder if you need it. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Kevin. Pup T already did it. Kevin's reminding me too. He's a good boy. Right, Kevin? Just finishing up brewing some coffee. Nice. Okay, we'll do that. I don't know why I'm changing my ear size suddenly, but sure, let's do huge ears. If they clip through the helmet, even better. I'm not gonna spend too much time on customization here, but I do like to have my characters look visually distinct. Okay, these ears are bigger than the helmet ears. What? They are legitimately just bigger than the helmet. Do we even need the helmet? Is the helmet just earrings at this point? Huh. Yeah, we'll do that. Is it this one? Yeah, it's that one. Okay. We gotta look like a goblin. I mean, that's too cool looking. It can't be cool looking. We gotta have it be at least mildly cursed. You know, I've never used the marble one, unironically. I think it works here. Let's do that. We're doing hair color-wise. Oh, yeah, that red immediately offends my eyes. We'll do that. Okay. Looking appropriately unique. Do makeup and stuff later. Armor. I'm just gonna click random things. Seamless blend. Mia is eternal. Mia Eternal? I'd play that game. Wonderstone. Okay. We'll go full Wonderstone. Beautiful. Magical. Fantastic. I hate that your sensitivity kind of goes to nothing very briefly when you use the customization station. Don't thank us, thank yourself. A great entertainer, beacon of positivity in this community. Thank you again for everything. Hey, it's my absolute pleasure. So, Clawbringer, Storm Dragon's Judgment. I am wearing my armor from my my other chucking build. I'm thinking I might want an armor with Awe. There's a Clawbringer Spell Shot multi-class combo on armor that gets Mage Armor, and the reverse of that gets Awe. So either of those would be good, but I think Awe is the play here. So I want to try out Tiebreaker. How much crit do I need to get Tiebreaker to be guaranteed crit? 46.3 unbuffed right now. Just do that. I have enough, I could get some double knot. Let's try that out. That'll be fun. Armor. Is your character okay? Yeah, he's fine. What do you mean? He's fashionable. Okay, I have no idea how this will work out. I should probably go for... Actually, still start gun damage on the spell would likely be better. But it's fine. It's fine. Deathless Spell Claw. Lazy plays that setup. It's pretty simple, just this but with a Deathless on is the short answer. Any Hexecutioner setup is just going to be well equipped to use a Deathless. Oh, that was the objective. Okay. Mage Armor helps sustain it very well. Radiance gives you a little more buffer if you feel you need it. I'm new. Welcome in, Burrito. Good to meet you. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Switch all your chucking to the save. I copied the save and switched some stuff over. So it is a different save. That other save still has chucking gear. Just this is a different one. And I did manage to get the area damage enchant on the Spear Knot in like the third roll. which allows me to use Tidebreaker for soak stuff. And that's just fun. I think I want a better Tidebreaker though. Mine does not have an extra spell charge, so my uptime on it kinda sucks. But the setup seems efficient. I'd argue more efficient than the Spore one. Brother joined the Church of Fragment Rain, let's go. Chaos Trial Run is cursed, I'm a melee character, every room's had flying mobs. I'm sorry, Jester, that sounds awful. I wish you 0 Imeldas in your Chaos Climb. So the awkward thing about Soaked here is that it neuters my Oath of Fire and my body rune damage, but like, I don't care. Because the other damage go up. Soaked is such a weird thing when you're playing Clawbringer. Never noticed that cursed-looking shark crab corpse in this map. I wasn't paying attention, to be honest. I'm using a Spellblade. Why am I using a Spellblade? What am I using that for? What's my spell crit with the Spellblade active? 99.9%. That's why I'm using the Spellblade. Okay, that's just satisfying. Like, it didn't hit a cap or anything, it just happened to be exactly 99.9. I play with you? I'm playing solo at the moment. Not 100% crit chance, L bad build. Okay, that's true. I can't argue with that. Morning, Sean. How are you? Maybe 99.89. Yeah, it could be rounding. Because this game and rounding is, it's an interesting relationship. So, in terms of what Clawbringer brings to the table, +3 to double knot. That's a thing. Oh, yeah, okay. But Stallion can just boost double knot. Cool. I don't play Spell Shot often. I don't expect it to double knot often either. In terms of what Clawbringer brings to the table for this this chucking, other than Claw, Awe is just a fantastic skill. I'm getting to it, Kevin. You got Oath of Fire bonus element. You free up a damage enchant slot on your ward due to not having used the barrage one to sustain that. And Dragon Aura is sick. Clawbringer just has a better kit than Sword. Switch to Stab over that big juicy 100% crit chance. No thank you. Double knot. I'm experimenting, Conrad. Experimenting. I'm not all in on it, so it's not really doing anything of note. So, I will respec out of it and grab that third point of Awe. That'll bring me over 100% crit chance on spells. That'll be fun. Although, without double knot, I have no real reason to want to crit that much with spells. Other than it's funny. all cool. I just enjoy memeing on spell shot. Yo, same. Tiebreaker kills are pretty. You're pretty. Greg, what would be your shock equivalent of a triple ice spike spell? Just needs the spell variety in my life. Equivalent of an ice spike, huh? Are we talking just for, like, damage dealing? Are you talking for spammability? Like, what's the exact parameters here? I might die here. Yeah, I took way too many downs there. Okay. That's my fault. Honestly, one for each. Usually keep a bossing spell and something just proc madness. Cloudburst Arc Torrents. You can have around a 7-second cooldown with 4 charges. So a channel cast Cloudburst Arc Torrent is going to be one of the more spammable spells, and of course that is lightning. It does acceptable damage with investment. You can get it at a couple 100k. It won't peak to the same level Ice Spikes can, but you can get it to do an amount of damage. In terms of other spells, what's interesting is different types of spells have different elements available to them. Like, for example, Calamities are only fire, lightning, or not lightning, excuse me, fire, frost, or dark magic. Calamities do not do the other elements. Spectral Talons are only fire, dark magic, and lightning. Eruptions are only fire, dark magic, and poison. Arc Torrents are only lightning. Ice Spikes are only frost. Elemental Blasts are only fire, dark magic. So a lot of it will be more which delivery method of spell can I get than actually the element being the thing at play there. It's like, does it come in that element? Cool, bonus, awesome. Arcane Bolt super spammy? It is. Yeah, Spectral Talons, extra projectile. 1500. That's a lot. Why is that damage so high? I don't remember it being that high. I suppose I had like an 800 times 4. Yeah, that would be why I'm impressed by that. But good for that spell. Carouser. Love that gun. Honestly, Carouser would be good on this setup too. Hey, Deathless. Claw Spell. All damage. Let's hit the Armor Bunny. Wonderfix is great yesterday. Hey, I'm glad you enjoyed it. For anyone who didn't happen to catch it, first episode of the Wonderfix was yesterday. It's a quick little bite-sized podcast focused on the mechanics of whatever the latest hotfix is. And I was on the first episode. It's hosted over the official Wonderlands Discord. It'll be on YouTube soon, TM, if you want to catch it. It's only 20 minutes long. But I had a lot of fun going on. So Spellclaw, Deathless, with 1 in Awe. If it had more in Awe and area damage down there, I'd pick it up. Though I suppose it doesn't need area damage because of the gun enchant I'm using. So I guess the deal breaker here is it only has 1 in all. Because the HP roll is good buffer. It's trying, but not hard enough. Should they ask you to discuss the ski prod of all things? Yeah, that's a funny coincidence. Honestly though, Jester, you know me. Any of the sniper rifles in this game that aren't the con, I have a way to gush about them. I suppose I wouldn't be super gushy about the Envy, but the Envy's just like, okay. Saw someone say the only good sniper in the game is the ski prod, which simultaneously have base and L take. Yeah, that's like, they're wrong, but I respect them, because good taste. Hey, Deep Zombie, how you doing? Hope you're well, Chimpy. Here's the other claw spell combo. It's got mage armor, 2 in radiance, 2 in dedication, rolled ward capacity and area damage. That's like, that's really good. Because that's a lot of extra wards and ways to regen it. Another funny tidbit, based on some conversation yesterday that I thought about is if you were doing a burr spell, you could get 2 out of 1 mage armor, use unarmored defense, and you'd be getting back 20% of your original value every time you get a spell weaving stack. But your max value would be half of the original. So you'd be getting, basically you could get your entire ward back in 3 spell weaving stacks with unarmored defense and 2 out of 1 mage armor. And I think that's funny. Now something to test, I suppose, would be if Harbinger checks the original or the new value. Primordial. Health regen is 2.5% missing at Primordial. That's... At Ascended, that'll actually be, like, good. Ward regen rate. That's a good passive to get on this. Yeah, I'm thinking about that, Gloomy Ironsides. I'm thinking about that Chillmonger concept now. Because you could use something like a repeating cast. Do I have any? I don't have a repeating cast. But something that goes overlooked is casting a repeating spell has a chance to award additional spell weaving stacks with each repeating cast. So you don't get a stack guaranteed for each cast, but if you've got something like a 4-charge repeating cast spell, then that's a potential for more spell weaving stacks, while giving you more time to restore your cooldown, and you could potentially do some funny amp stuff with that. I gotta mess around with that. Hey Peric, how you doing? Good to see you. How'd your stream go? Barbecue like 20 minutes? Let's go, Sora. Love blue hat. Color suits you. Thank you. I thought I'd be blue hat guy today. Man, I totally sidetracked myself, and now I'm thinking about Chillmonger over Hexecutioner. Shit. How far could I get in Berserker Tree? I could get to Ancient Fury. No real need to take it, though. So that would be an argument for a Sever the Thread tree? I'm very conflicted. Let's try... I want to go back to Fire Spell. And then I could use either of these, really. Fire one's primordial. Use that.
Are you prepared?
I don't need the double knot points. So let me pull that before I forget. This is gonna be one of those Quag thinks out loud a lot kind of streams. Progress on work. I'll send all documents for LSE this morning, so fingers crossed. Hey, best of luck with that. Hey Kirk, happy Saturday. I don't strictly need my spell to crit anymore, but Font of Mana would give it to me more often. I think I'll go one spell sniper, because that last point of Font of Mana isn't necessarily value. I'm at a point where I could get Sever the Thread, but based on my spell choice, I have no real reason to do so. A Rebuke working would be nice here, but... Do I get one slot, one kill? Or just go all in on this tier? Let's go all in there. Then I could get 4 imbued weapon. I think that's more optimal damage wise. Let's do that. Okay, wake up, Quag streaming again. Hey Wisp, how are you? That's a fire dot. Good reason to wake up, honestly. So jealous there's a chance where the game knows how much. Oh, you want spellcasters? 5 ASAs. Honestly, J-Bridge, the only reason I have these enchants is because this one I rolled onto this spell like weeks ago. I haven't changed it. This one I just pick up a lot of body runes. So like, this one just happened to roll that way. Honestly, I wish this one was. I had a capacity roll instead of the health roll, but like whatever, it's useful for this. This I rolled a while ago. This I rolled a while ago, or a few days ago. This I rolled this morning. This one I have no excuse for. On the lightning one, I just got lucky and got that on like the 3rd reroll this morning, and then I just keep various spell blades around. So a lot of it is just planning very far in advance. Or my hoarding paying off, however you want to look at it. This is why hoarders hoard. Might be useful someday, and then it is. True and real. Man, I'm thinking about Chillmonger again. I gotta stop doing that. I put Hexecutioner in like my tweet and stuff, and I gotta at least play it for an hour. Because the thing that keeps me going back to Chillmonger is I could do that 2 out of 1 mage armor. I could do that meme, and I could use that to perma-amp a Last Rites. And amping every single shot of a Last Rites sounds like a very good time to me. That is my love language. If you were to try to seduce me, a Last Rites would help your chances. Love that gun. Now we know how to... I said it'd help your chances. I didn't say it would work. I said it would help. Sex? Funny word. Yeah, I was a bit worried about losing Headhunter in the Chuck spec, but Awe makes up for it, because while Awe is not conditional damage, it is Shrine Crit, which Clawbringer is the only one that gets access to that in Tree. So it kind of fills the same role of, hey, you do more when you crit now, except Awe doesn't require me to actually hit the crit spot. I can just RNG into that. Or Paradigm in the setup. To what end? I'm not doing any ability damage. My melee damage is negligible. Like, I don't even have any Clawbringer power to boost the Hammer Throw. The Hammer Throw is just there for Awe and Enchants. So like, what would Paradigm be doing? I could convert my spell to either ability or melee, and it would not help me. I could convert ability or melee to spell, but like I don't have any ability or melee, so I don't think Paradigm would be the play here. My primary damage here is coming from guns. Specifically these lightning bolts. Yeah, the fire setup's so much smoother. Maybe that's because my my Fire Fear Nut's primordial. It might be that, but it's so much smoother to play. Maybe it's because I'm also not playing around Soaked and I'm just like actually getting my damage. Thought it was SCG dealing a portion of the damage. Yeah. SDJ is just like... it does an amount because I do have a Spellblade on. But it's really doing a negligible amount. Like, I could boost it pretty easily, just swap this for, something with Claw Power, or get a skill combo on my armor, something with Claw Power. But I don't really see needs to. Hey CZ, how you doing? What's the max myth points? I've been told max myth rank is 40,000. But personally, I've self-imposed the cap of 480. So I have not invested any points beyond 480, and I am not allowing myself to go beyond 20 points in any of the uncapped skills. Because at that point, myth rank starts doing more of your build than, like, skill tree and gear. And it no longer becomes accurate showcasing the mechanics. It's just infinite stats play the game for you. It's like having always-on buff meisters. That's what pumping your myth rank does. No thank you. So, I hang out at 480. I was capped at some 10 or 20 points. This one caps at 10, this one caps at 10, this one caps at 15, this one caps at 25, this one caps at 20, this one caps at 20, and then this one does not have a cap, but I have chosen not to take it beyond 20. That's how it works. +2 to awe. What does that take my values to? 65% crit chance. Like, Stabomancer class feed who? 5 out of 3 awe is more than what you can get from max class power with Stabo class feat. And it also gives you shrine crit damage. Awe is just better than the Stabomancer, like, as a class. It's funny. $10 and $20 don't go to 48k. I'm not sure what you're saying, Rebelio. The total, if you were to put each of the uncapped nodes in each of these 4 quadrants to 20, and then cap everything that has a limit, the total is 480. 480. Now, apparently, myth rank stops going up after 40,000. I don't know, because no one legitimately has myth rank of 40,000. And I've not bothered to look into it myself. $480. See, not 48k. Yeah, I said 480. Snake stick with vampire. That's cool. Shame it's not chaos tiered. So this is what I was talking about earlier for a spell recommendation. Even at just blue with no cooldown parts, a channel Cloudburst Arc Torrent is 7.9 second cooldown with 4 charges, just at base. You can get cooldown parts on this. You can get another charge part. So you could walk around with 5 charges and 8 second cooldown. And be chillin'. Morning, M Zombie. Morning control. I'm a little zombie today too. Just a little bit. Main class claw or second for this build? Doesn't really matter, Cryptic. It happens to be a spell shot based character, but the order here doesn't really affect anything. Clawbringer is the primary skill tree used. We have more investment in the Clawbringer tree than the spell shot one. Weird choice to have the damage myth ranks be the one that's to go uncapped. I think the logic there might be that if they had like uncapped movement speed, we know there's a point you can get to with movement speed where the game just kind of breaks. So maybe they're afraid of that. There's some guns that crash the game with enough fire rate in previous games. I get that stuff, them wanting to limit those things, because they destabilize the game, whereas just damage takes a lot longer to get to that point. But I don't think any of it should have been uncapped at all. Like, I can think of a case against every single stat for it being uncapped. Imagine Donkey having 300% fire rate or liquid cooling, right? Uncapped mag size would be crazy. I really like this this armor combination for other builds. But Claw Stabo here would just be... The Oath of Thunder would not be value. See, this is where it's at. Spell Claw. Still gets Awe, and I get at least some supportive skills. and some spell shot power. Is Frostwilder a good class? Yeah. So one of the weaknesses of Spore Warden is that it doesn't have great damage formula access. Like, not a lot of skills that boost damage. It'll have things that do damage, but not a lot of things that boost damage. Aw, no points in awe in this? Really? Really, Capetides? Pain. But contrast that with Berserker. Berserker has very good damage formula access. A lot of different ways of increasing damage of whatever you want to do in the Berserker tree. Berserker tree also has quality of life stuff, like movement speed, swap speed, reload speed. So they pair very well. Anyways, stay safe, everyone. Take it easy, sorry. You have a good one. Don't understand which can go infinite. Okay, so if you look at this screen, probably yell. You see how down here, see where my cursor is? See how this has 10 and then /10? The first number is how many I have invested. The second number is the maximum you can have. And each of these numbers match. But if you look at the end node here, the one for gun damage, this does not have that second number. There is no limit to how many you can put into this. And you can look in each of the quadrants. Each one has one like that. See? And they're all damage stats. Describe how you duplicated your save. Tried, my dupe isn't there. It requires tools.
Dragon returns, eh?
It requires tools. Thanks for info. You're welcome. Basically, Kirk, there's a save editor that allows you to scramble the ID of your save. Otherwise, the game will not read it as a separate character, so it won't show in the list. You have to use that. New to the game? Happy to provide info. Welcome in. We do a lot of informative content here on the channel. I like deep diving into game mechanics, damage formulas, all that kind of stuff. I like playing a variety of builds, so you picked a good channel. At least for picking stuff up. Melee C35 ends with Dragon Lord. It was a slog, but we pulled through. Let's go, Jester. Proud of you. Good shit. What am I gonna spend Moon Orbs on? Throwable Hole of the Murderer. That's a sentence. Still not sure why Queen's Cry got such a big buff. Like, it didn't need it. It's already crazy. Hey Harry, how you doing? Good to see you. How's the morning treating me? It's treating me well. Treating me well. It's a bit rainy and miserable out, but my internet connection seems to be a little bit more stable than it normally is in such weather. For now, anyway. So I'm happy about that. Also, my coffee is delicious today. Came out very well. So I'm vibing. We're having a good time. I'm also constantly getting sidetracked by build ideas and trying to at least play this content I intended on spending most of the stream on. At least play this for a while, but I've got too many build ideas rattling around. The urge to play Berserker is mounting. I said mounting. Murder Hole is actually a pretty apt description. Fair. Mr. Adblock, how you doing? That works better in the rain? No, it normally works poorly in the rain, Control. It just, today, it's rainy and it's not terrible. I don't know why. To fucking gremlins. Yeah, yeah, yeah. My internet connection is literally powered by gremlins.
Oh, don't look so surprised. At least you're some use. Overload! Can't wait to throw some spells.
Yeah, after this run, I'll take inventory of what I have for Berserker stuff. Maybe we can honestly repurpose this save. Because I have the mage armor thing, right?
Can't run from the storm.
Do I have an armor with mage armor? Yeah, I have that one. I have that one. That'll work. I don't want the war capacity, though. Or do I? Yes? No? Doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. Okay. That's enough to try the concept out.
Might have lived if you'd run.
Basically, the idea is I want to get a spell that I can sustain while I shoot with my other hand. That gives me spell weaving stacks fast enough to keep recharging my amp ward so that I can amp every last right shot. That's the build concept in my head. And as long as I don't get too much fire rate, and I have 2 out of 1 mage armor, I think that's doable.
Oi! Thanks for that.
I have to transfer some gear over for that, though.
This will end you.
Some strong flat vibes right there. How you doing, Hexed? Twister? What about it? Still thinking about Tina's Sona, thinking for another 1500 hours. I already have about 800 hours in the game, and it's been out for 2 months. I am
That's for making me look.
consuming a reasonable amount, I would say. Not excessive at all. Will help your setup? No. Twister is not a repeating cast. It by default only has 1 charge. It has a long-ish cooldown. The idea for the Berserker thing I'm toying around with in my head, Black Panther, is I want spell weaving stacks, and Twister would not be efficient at generating spell weaving stacks. I'm thinking more something like, you know the spells where you hold your hand out and then stuff keeps happening every couple seconds as you hold it? Stuff like Inflammation, Rain Bolt, Bolt Lash, you know, repeating Arc Torrents and Magic Barrages, those kinds of things. That's what I'm thinking for that build. Because I need to generate multiple spell weaving stacks, and I need to have enough charges that I can do it on demand. Now, it doesn't necessarily need to have that many charges if I do a Sever the Thread spec, which might end up being the play. But I will want it to be at least 2 charges, preferably repeating. If anything, I'm going to go for PC now. I've been playing BL3 on PS4, and Farm is a pain on that platform. Unfortunately, Farm is going to be a pain on any platform. It's just infinitely worse there, because the the save quit focus farming is just... Yup. It's not too much better on PC, but it is better. Luckily in this game though, Hacks, you don't have to do the save quit thing if you don't want to. You can just do Chaos Chamber farming for most items. And not a load screen to be found. It's delightful. Hey Rohit, how you doing? Joined in for the fun whilst prepping dinner for the fam. Ooh, what you making? The Rockin' Puppet he bites you first of all. Down. Oh no. Oh no. Walnut and cream pesto and classic bruschetta. It's delicious. Sounds great. I've been hearing some strongly mixed opinions on the game. For me it looks awesome, really the theme of the game. I don't know about farming mechanics though. Not a Borderlands expert, played some endgame BL3, BL2. So, did you like the endgame in BL3? Did you like just having, content where you could really just mess around with lots of different builds? Or are you more, playthrough side? Do you prefer just rolling up a new character and doing a theme playthrough, like farming stuff on the way up? Or do you like making builds in endgame? Because that's the main divide with how people feel about this game. Like takedowns and the farms on farmer. Okay, so there's a perception, and I'm gonna stress this, there's a perception that dedicated farming is problematic in this game. Because dedicated sources in this game also scale off of the luck stat. Loot luck is different than previous games, where this stat affects all of your drops. All of them. So now, instead of a lot of dedicated farms being... the average for them tended to be 30% for an item. However, there were items that were as low as 1% and items as high as 100%. So it really depends on the item you're talking about here. But on average, you could say 30%. In this game, it doesn't work like that. Character's ugly? Yeah. That was the goal. Thank you. In this game, it doesn't work like that. And people who have gaslit themselves into believing that save quit farming is gameplay are now noticing that they are getting even less pretend gameplay for their time spent. So they don't like the save quit farming. Even the save quit farmers don't like the save quit farming in this game. Because that's what happens when you use the same gameplay mechanic for 13 years, despite people telling you it's a bad idea. But we have the Chaos Chamber, where you can do a Chaos run, and then at the end you get this loot room, where you can choose which category of item you want. If you look above me right there, I have the crystals counter, and you earn that currency throughout the run. You get more crystals by doing elite rooms, which are harder. You get more crystals by getting more curses, which are increased difficulty, by doing the hidden raid bosses, of which we have 4 at launch, which is great. You choose which category of item you want, and you get all the neuron activation of a big loot room after an activity. So instead of load up, kill one enemy, check loot pile, look at load screen twice the duration of the gameplay you just did, and repeat infinitely. Instead of that, this game angles you towards, hey, do multi-minute activity and choose what you want from this room. So I want armors right now. Armors are one of the harder categories to go for in terms of part variance. So I dump 500 crystals in, it spits out a bunch of random items of that category. and that's the primary method of farming this game. It's not the only method, but it's the primary method, and I personally like that a lot more. However, you'll see people who tend to do themed playthroughs of the same game they've been playing for 10 years, who downplayed the itemization problems in BL3. You'll see them say things like, oh, farming's dead in this game. It's not. You just ignored a problem until it got worse. Now there's an alternative. Any good drops today? Not yet today. I've only been playing for about an hour. Little under. I've not gotten anything I'm looking for. Other than this, this purple armor here, this sparked some ideas. So, I suppose this would count. I do plan on using this for a thing. One more thing. Is there an item like class mods artifacts extremely hard to farm for good rolls? Yeah, the armor slot is basically that. It works like class mods, with a couple extra moving parts. Armor would be that in this game. That's why I'm hitting that bunny right now. It's the hardest to get a specific thing. Hey, Nat Baller, can we go sing in the rain? If you want to. We could dance if you wanna. A lot of rolls, it is. But the unique one I'm using here, this is an amalgam. This legendary effect of this item is that it has 2 more stat rolls. But the way that works out, this is actually one of the easier armors to get a good roll on, because basically there are 6 stat clusters, and that's how armors generate their passes. Other armors will pick 3 of those clusters, and different stats are in different clusters. This is how they avoid doubling up on things. So there are certain combinations of stats you cannot get. Exclamation point armor has a spreadsheet showing all this info. But the amalgam gets 5 instead of 3. So instead of having a bonus effect like this Deathless, it just gets 2 more passes. And 5 is a pretty big portion of the 6 clusters, meaning you're more likely to just have good stats at the bottom on an amalgam than other armors, because you just get more chances at it. And the game runs out of ways to screw you. That's why amalgam's great. The stuff at the top, the class power and the skills, those are connected. So, for example, that skill distribution always rolls those class powers in that order. So that's all like a fixed chunk. Now, the individual skill points you get, that still varies, much like how Borderlands 3 worked. But there is ways to minimize your pain. It's funny how the armor passes can be better than the armor. Yeah. Depending on the armor, that's absolutely true. Irish. Okay, so I want to transfer over... I want to send over a copy of A Last Rites. Want my amp ward. A triple amp. And I think that'll be enough to try what I'm thinking of. Let me pull this wizard's pipe out. I don't like the gun, I've decided. It's only chaotic, I don't need that either. Ever a case for purple or legendary for armor? Yeah, if the stats and skills are better. For example, this purple that I have, I don't have a legendary that has, you know, that's at volatile with the point in mage armor and has area damage and ward capacity. So this is going to win over the other things I currently have available to me. Now, 1-to-1, if they had the exact same skills and passives, the answer is still sometimes, because, for example, Smart Armor has a bonus and a negative. Claw Armor is situationally mostly positive, but occasionally it can sometimes be a negative. This character? No, not this character. This character. This character has what I'm looking for, I think. Do I want mage armor for amp? Yeah, that's what we're going for. What is that character? It's, science or something. Okay, cool. Both items I need are in here. Cape of Tides is just a damage down if you're using fire guns. So sometimes purple can win. Hope they eventually add a sigil spell that could cleanse dots. Kind of surprised it wasn't already something in the game with how much damage they could do with Faymaker. That'd be really nice, Fatal. I agree. That'd be very good to have. I mean, does amp cost, trigger, shield delay? I'm not sure what you're asking, Scroll. Could you rephrase? So many saves. I do play a lot. A lot of mules, a lot of testing saves, a lot of builds, got a lot of stuff going on. Name of the shower since it washes off dots. That would also be an indirect reference to the last thing that that did that. That being the It's Piss grenade. Calling that shower is funny. Amp costs a bit of shield. On that cost, does the ward have a delay for recharging? Yes. Your actual shield recharge delay, unless you have other means. Which is why we're doing mage armor. What else do I need here? That can change to something else. Vampire Echo is probably the play. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll try that at least. So, actual skill start gun damage, spellcast elemental damage. I should try to get the full health one, but that can stay for now. Okay, spell-wise. Almost forgot that. I want a different spell. We gotta go spell shopping in my bank. When you move more times in the last 3 years than you've traveled, I know where 0 travel supplies are anymore. Aw, sorry, Jaybridge. Okay, so this is a repeating cast Magic Barrage. This is the kind of thing I want, but I want it to have extra charges if I can. This is the sustained lightning beam one, I think. Fatebreaker, you don't get the amp unless you connect with the actual sword, but maybe Fatebreaker. I don't think I have any. Keep an eye out. Inflammation would be an option. kind of thinking that might be the play. Try it. Falking. Could just do a Arc Torrent, honestly. Could be super boring and go Arcane Bolt. Do I have a 2-charge Arcane Bolt in here? That might just be the play. Even without the repeating thing. That'll also be easier on my hands to actually do. Because they don't always like to cooperate. Yes, I theory craft around my health sometimes. Looking for an Arcane Bolt with extra charge. Don't know if I have any left. I've been kind of taking those out for different builds over time. Hey Dex, how you doing? Happy Saturday.
Wonder what me friends are up to. There was... No, he's dead. Oh,
I have so many Threads of Fate. I don't even use that spell.
She's dead too. Let's see. He's dead. She's dead.
Time skip? That's a 3-charge time skip.
He's dead.
You know, I'm gonna try that. We're gonna try time skip. We're gonna be different.
Always get themselves killed.
Laser Hand? You don't get a large volume of casts from that. But the cooldown is very short on Laser Hand. That is a case for it. That's a good first roll. I don't know if I necessarily want Fire Rate here, but that's a good first roll. Okay. What does time skip do? This. Okay. Berserker. Update my title. Do I do a Feral Surge for the memes here? I'm always a fan of doing Feral Surge memes. Always a fan of that. I'll figure it out. This is probably going to be a Sever the Thread spec, so I should plan accordingly for that. Why doesn't it skip time? Is that a JoJo reference? Everything's a JoJo reference if you look hard enough. So more fire rate is more DPS, but it's also going to make me have to work harder to amp every last right shot. So I think it's thematically off, even though it's like wise for me to take. So I guess I take cooldown here. Warcaster. That'll be fun. So you get an additional 2% per spell weaving stack. With this setup, I could have 8. Okay, we'll go there. I'll run Blood Frenzy because I don't have Body Rune. I don't need Instinct because I have Prestidigitation. The Old Ways is conditional damage, which is really good formula-wise. Cold Snap is Frost Efficiency, which is good for Icebreaker and movement speed. So do that. Yeah, action skill-wise, what do you think here, chat? Feral Surge or Polymorph? Yo, Mr. Adblock, thanks for gifting a sub to Scroll. I appreciate it. Word ban on that? Alright, 10 minutes time I got back. Can't say that. Reamping every shot. The idea is 2 out of 1 mage armor with unarmored defense and casting a lot of spells. That's the idea. Very rare time Quag uses all spell shots tree. It is rare. Polymorph, Feral Surge, if you think it can work. Problem with Feral Surge is it's gonna put me in situations where I lose my shields.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Polymorph allows you to use ASA enchants. Polymorph also gives me more spell weaving. Because, yeah, we'll do that. Okay. Now, Constitution on this setup will be interesting. It's a lot more buffer, but it's going to make me have to work harder to regen what's there. So I think we go skill cooldown here. Yeah, thank you again, Mr. Adblock. 291 in the channel. You're a legend. So we lose that much. I should probably not take Glass Cannon. Yeah, let me respec and not take Glass Cannon. I'm gonna want that natural regen. I'm so used to just taking it. Double not really do anything for me here. I mean, I may as well take it just to get down the tree. It's more efficient. But, like, it's not really gonna do much. I guess I take another Spell Sniper for double knot consistency in that case. Okay, whatever. Do I need more than 1 Blood Frenzy? Oh, Cold Snap. This is 6% move speed, 16% frost efficiency. That's already good. I think I want the second Blood Frenzy more. Okay, I'll do it. The 755 in the featured. I'm feeling better about my build now. Yo, let's go! 755 is great. Good job. Okay, so that's how we do naturally, but maybe Arcane Bolt is the play. We can get 2 very rapidly like that, but the rest is going to be chance-based. Only one way to try. Only one way to know, and that's to try it out. Let's see how this plays.
Choose, bait maker.
Love every time the Halfbakes get to find new favorite guns. A lot of fun. Yeah, it's great. Not spell cooldown? Why would I need spell cooldown with Sever the Thread? If every 5 seconds I can completely bypass my cooldown, why would I invest into cooldown? should probably also use Harbinger on the setup. But on second thought, Harbinger has that forced capacity roll, which increases the amount I'd have to recover. The tank is nice, but I don't think the time skip is going to be the spell to use here. Do I just go with a regular ass Ice Spike? Fucking maybe, honestly. Quaking Thunder? Why? Confused Ward Meter. Because it's fun? Okay, you use Quaking Thunder. Hey Onyx, how you doing? I think I can make better use of Polymorph as well, with a different spell. I'm thinking Theurge over Universal Soldier as well. Do I have an appropriate Theurge? I'll check after this room. I guess I can't polymorph that. That's good enough. So obviously Cape of Tides would be nice here. Do I just Tidebreaker? I don't have extra spell charges, but I'll try. Build everything you hoped it'd be. Looks pretty great. Does it? It's not really like a complete build yet. It's just a concept. It's not really very efficient yet. This is just kind of last rites being last rites. Well, the synergy with Polymorph and last rites here. Yeah, I'm a fan of that too. Those amp shots are quite good. Able to one-tap enemies if I actually hit the crit. Alright, here's a question, chat. Are there any ways to get accuracy in this game? Like, not handling, accuracy. Anyone know of any? I'm curious for a meme. Mess with Wizard Spy is a buster, just busted with Contagion. It's kind of crazy on my burst abo. It's not busted under any circumstances. It is a very average gun, and designed to be average. That is your build, that is not the gun. with my experience so far, Wizard's Pipe does not do anything better than any other gun. In terms of SMGs, I would rather use, like, literally any of the other ones. It's not bad anymore, now that it's been buffed, but it is not remarkable. Kill one enemy with Ruby Spite, accuracy achieved. I mean the stat accuracy. I wanted to see if there's a way to tighten up the spread of the last rites, to do, you know, some precision stuff. You can polymorph Mike? That's weird. Why can you polymorph Mike? Orbs get area damage? I don't know, but they suck, so it doesn't matter. Can't think of any accuracy buffs. Yeah, me either. Reviver from Polymorph. That could be a fun meme. Let me dump some stuff on the ground. I don't need this bloodshot. I need that. I need that. Let's see how funny that is. Ooh, repeating cast, colliding eruption. Could be funny. Wizard's Pipe seemed really good on my Clawstalker and Bone Carver. Now use another SMG. Literally any of the other SMGs, legendary or unique, of the same chaos tier, with the same enchantment, and then get back to me. You know, Reviver feels kinda cozy. I have no reason to be using specifically the Reviver other than it being funny, but it's funny. Maybe Mike enjoys being polymorph, no judgment here. Sometimes I dress up as a skeep and then fly around. Can't judge. Does the Wizard's Pipe do elemental damage matching better than other SMGs? No. Style over stats, funny over style. True. I think Arcane Bolt wins here. And I've stopped carrying around Arcane Bolts. I should get back in the habit of doing that.
Another notch and not a coin to show for it.
Poly with Trickster Ice Spike launch a bunch of the spikes everywhere? Yes. Don't have a cooldown right now to test, but yeah, it should. Yeah, that was a nice spike over there. So I can polymorph a target and bounce my last rights and have them spawn a bunch of Trickster Ice Spikes. Use action skill while Save Your Soul Reviver would be busted. Oh, what, you polymorph a target and then shoot it to revive yourself? That'd be amusing. Would also make Cleansing Flames top tier. Nope, did not get enough back there. I'm gonna try a run with this setup again, but with my other armor, and see if the extra magic bullets just kind of overpowers the interactions here. Morning, Urban Mech.
Have fun, Buzzball! Might live if you'd run.
Parasite does negative damage. Hey Lupin, how are you?
Won't be needing that. Falling ice!
Aw, punch through the ward. The gun ward. I'm thinking while I fight here. Maybe the mage armor approach is more great mode tech. Soaked obviously helps here.
Escape for the slaughter! Bells are ready! Hold out the oven!
It's just so satisfying to see all the ice go everywhere. Good crystal farm, honestly. Hey Ghost, how you doing? Parasite needs to drop more. On what do you base this? It's literally in the featured right now. That is making Parasite drop more. Are we just saying things?
At least you're something!
Parasite drop that ass. There we go. That's more like it. We'll lose an enchant for Deuces. Deuces has a higher drain as well. But it's a good thought. But it looks fun, needs more holes. I like the amp shot here, but I don't know if I can justify it. Let's try it. We'll still have 1 in mage armor. This is a Gape of Tides version. That's gonna be pretty crazy, but leave that for now. Let's try with that. I forgot to change that out. That's a big part of where I'm losing damage. Yeah, try that. Gaping hole needs filling. Text. See, Dex was just thinking it. Some people like their cucumbers better pickled. That's true. Slightly out of it. Had the booster and mild side effects. No biggie. Been remnanting all day. Nice. It's never a bad day for remnant. Yeah, booster didn't hit me too hard. Actually, it didn't do anything to me really other than a tiny bit of arm pain. It was my first shot that really got me. And the second one was like 8 hours of discomfort. Third was nothing. I'm scheduling a 4th one for myself sometime soon. Because CDC recommends 2 boosters for immunocompromised people. So I should do that. Let's go spells. To be honest, I don't even dabble with pickled cucumbers. I like pickles. Okay, so wait, this with polymorph just lets you hit the Hydra cap super easily, huh? That'd be funny. Not useful, but it would be funny. Cloudburst Arc Torrent with a cooldown part is under 7-second cooldown. That's just craziness. Why are Arc Torrents so cracked? Okay, I'll be right back, chat. I had to run the bathroom. Too much coffee. We'll get back to building in a moment. BRB. Okay, I had an idea. The best ideas happen while you're peeing. So, like... with a Deathless and Unarmored Defense, you get the recharge delay bonus from the Deathless without any of the ill effects otherwise. So, like, that's more frequent amp shots. Now, if I get a recharge rate bonus somewhere, I'm pretty sure that's a thing that can roll on armor. If I was to roll a Deathless with recharge rate on it, I think that could be interesting. One more thing for me to keep an eye out for. But for now. Repeating triple ice spike. That could be good here. That could actually be good. Willing to try. Using a Harbinger? No, I'm not using a Harbinger currently because Harbinger has a forced passive of shield capacity. Which, you know, when using amp stuff, it's slightly inefficient. See, that takes longer. If I'm able to spam my action skill, then Harbinger becomes worth it. But I don't really have a way of doing that with this multi-class combo. Like, I could try to do it with Feral Surge. We could attempt. An attempt could be made. Willing to try. Can't cancel Dreadwind. Here's why that's a bad idea. I'll leave my mic open so you can hear me mashing buttons. That's the fastest you can cancel Dreadwind. It's not exactly quick.
Not so close, eh?
Snappy and responsive gameplay. Okay, let's try this. So, out of curiosity, I'm gonna try Harbinger here. This fire damage does nothing for me, so that's like... I should really use a different Harbinger. Alright, let me hit my bank first. I gotta have a better one somewhere. Insane drop from the Wheel of Day. 39.4% gun damage Sharksbane with shotgun crit pistol mag size. Yo, let's go. I think I have that exact ring, Rohit. That's awesome. It's a good one. I use it on a lot of my my guns. It's Fire, Berserker, Joint Training. Looking for, I don't know, Frost, Berserker, Harbinger? Dark Magic Berserker, Frost Spore Warden. I don't keep that many Harbingers. Nope, we'll use what I got. I'm again bugged out. Or is tampered until I check loot limit. Yeah, Sharksbane, if you roll gun damage, just has more. Because Sharksbane is a rebel.
This world's no place for the weak. Ready to bring the arcane pain!
Barrel Surge without an Ancient Hilt or Zerker Capstone is, if you miss a reset, like, that did negative damage to that enemy. The Magic Bullet's armor makes such a huge difference. What the hell? We gotta have something that can leverage this better. Like, how long was I even shooting there? Go back to that. That might not have looked particularly noteworthy, chat, that room, but like, that was weird. A lot of cool stuff happened there that I want to build around. Yeah, one charge tiebreaker isn't such a big downside with Sever the Thread. I'm not really using Feral Surge responsibly. I should change that. Oh yeah, I don't have any Berserker power. That's why that doesn't do damage. Berserker power up here would be good. Do I have a Theurge with Berserker power? No. I have Barbalode. It's not quite what I'm looking for.
Let's get casting and blasting! You were short work.
Yeah, it doesn't even kill those. I know they're frost resistant, but should still die. I guess this makes sense considering I have no ability damage, no Berserker power. Very little frost damage. Yeah, if I'm not hitting something in the execute threshold, then Feral Surge just will not kill them. So clunky, but with what's currently equipped, that's the way.
Out of spell slots!
Although, concept with this, I could run the Dreadwind move speed enchant. and then just occasionally burn an entire Dreadwind. And then I get the zoom. I get the zoom zoom.
Now that's the good stuff.
Shot a normal antique great bow and got a volatile. Let's go. Love if they increase the execute threshold. The change I'd like to see most is it having 2 charges would be nice, because then you could use it as both an execute and an opener, because you'd have 1 to engage with and 1 to finish with. And then finishing restores the charge, so then you can engage, and then that first charge will be a ways through its cooldown at that point in time. So like, you could do that, and then you have a second one. No? Shot is beautiful though. Yeah, Striker. Last rites is sick. I guess with what I was doing there, that would have been better with a Harbinger.
Bad luck or bad choices. Dead or the sea.
Maybe that's the move. I do like that you can Feral Surge Dragon Lord statues. That's fun.
Can't wait to throw some spells.
The pen like Rapunzel uses Entangle. Hey T-Dog, how you doing? Still use a Blank Slate on any build yet? I was messing around with Blank Slate a little bit. It's decent for spell shots forward and play the angles oriented setups. Not nearly as good as something like what I'm wearing. The big thing with the Blank Slate is you lose a lot for a little gain. Something I do want to get is a lower level Blank Slate, and then use that in a playthrough. Because that would just be ridiculously entertaining. Wow, that didn't... Okay. I really need Berserker power for this shit. +3 to magic bullets. Hello? This is illegal. 135% of spell damage. Why? What? Yeah, right? Like, Well, why though?
That's the way it's gonna be, eh? Spell the spell! See what happens?
Oh, you know what I could use on this build? Oh, I know what I can use on this build. I gotta check my bank. Pull from your currently equipped spell? No, looks at your spell damage stat. Does not look at your spell, it looks at your spell damage. So you know how you stack gun damage as a boost? Spell damage as a boost.
Yes! Ammunition! Spell bombs are ready! Hot out of the oven! Energy
So I was thinking about the body spray melee weapon. Body spray has a vampire hilt, which is 10% health and wards back on a melee hit. But its unique effect is that if you are fighting an enemy with a status effect applied to them, the effect of vampire is doubled. So getting 20% back sounds pretty good. Now, if that does the thing that Mage Armor does and gives back 10%/20% of the maximum, and Unarmored Defense renders it so for most purposes I'm at half, a single body spray hit would give me back almost half of my available ward. One hit. What's her build? Experimenting right now with Spell Shot Berserker. We're down to Relentless Rage over here, and we're down to Sever the Thread. Just toying around with the concepts, trying to make something new. I gotta look for a body spray. I know I have one somewhere. I don't remember where I put it. I'll check mules. I'll have to check some mules. This would work so much better if this was Cape of Tides, and then I could free that up for something else, but... Go to your local pharmacy. That would work too. Chaos level, it's in the title, 35. Chaos 35, intense difficulty. Let's switch to the Mist Dancer to farm some armors for this faster. No, with the event, that might not be the play. It's a paradigm. I don't think it knows what it wants to be, though. That's the 335 mains? Yeah. And also got a good time at Chaos Chamber, feel good about yourself, only realize you have the game out of balance because you were testing stuff, forgot to change difficulty back. Hey, when that happens, I never change it to balanced, honestly. I forget. Primordial with mage armor. That's certainly some melee stuff. If I had gotten max ward there, that would have been really cool here. Or max HP, either. Just trying. Okay. Unrelated idea. Set my game to intense at the start, haven't changed since? Yeah. I've not played on non-intense since before the game came out. So, this is kind of the Feral Surge concept. I copied the Giga Chad Zerker and geared it out. So the progression of the other one's still intact, but this is kind of a proof of concept of what happens if you finish that gearing process. And I want to show that off because I had fun doing that Feral Surge stuff. And I talk a lot about how beneficial freezing things is for Feral Surge, and I figured I'd show it. Also, this will let me farm more gear towards the other save because of the current event. Game looks so much better not running on my PS4, does it? Yeah, old console gen hardware is it's rough. I wonder how soon it's gonna get phased out entirely for development. Okay, this should look a little better against enemies that don't resist frost. One of the Money Moon overposts. I just like the challenge, honestly. I can't play a lands game and not be on the highest difficulty.
Are you ready?
No, the answer is when PS6 comes out, they start slowly coding the PS5 out of existence. Oof.
As always, good triumphs over evil. Or was it lawful over chaos? Right where I want you.
Favorite Borderlands game? Does this one count as one? If you count this one, then probably this one. If you don't, then Borderlands 3. After this run, I think I'll test out actually speccing into a second class on this character. This is Feral Surge with just Berserker. Like, just Berserker. Counts in my opinion? Yeah, this game. This game launched with more endgame content than any of the previous games. Like, I'm a build crafter, first and foremost. I like messing around with builds in endgame. And this game came out of the gate swinging with more of that. So I like it. Now, by the end of its full content cycle, Borderlands 3 had the most endgame of any Borderlands game. Any Lands game, if we include this one. But this game's only 2 months in. Borderlands 3 is over 2 years in. So, this game has time to compete with BL3 for my long-term favorites list, you know? You just add one of the actions. God damn it, Rohit. Multi-class, I can imagine Claw for sure. What would Claw provide here? Like... I can't think of anything other than Dragon Aura. I'm not really using the necessary elements for Awe. Not really doing melee damage. I guess Oath of Fire would be nice. Color points and circuitry, same thing? Yeah, I did. Infamous Burr multi-class. I feel like Wonderlands end up having more endgame than BO3 at this pace. I certainly hope so. That would be lovely. I love the gameplay of this game, and getting to do a variety of different things in this game as time goes by would be great. A common criticism you'll see from people is, it's just Chaos Chamber. But, my response to that is, Chaos Chamber is multiple activities in a clown car. Like, you like Proving Grounds? Chaos Chamber is that. You like Circles of Slaughter? Chaos Chamber is also that. You like raid bosses? Guess what? Chaos Chamber is also that. Like, it's all of it at once. So the idea that, well, it's just Chaos Chamber, it's a little disingenuous. How about Stabo? Because you have burr caps, you can have near permanent FPS. I want to specifically use Feral Surge, Butter. I want to keep doing the exact same gameplay I'm doing. Maybe not even move any skill points over. So that's what I'm figuring out. Stabo, I would get haste, exploit their weakness without losing too much from Bertree. That's a compelling case. I could also get Nimble Fingers for fire rate. I understand when people say Chaos Chamber becomes boring after a while. Oh, and killing the same raid boss over and over doesn't. Right, like, they'll pretend that Wonderlands is more repetitive. Yes, the game with the randomized activity is more repetitive than the ones without randomized activities, where the thing is truly the same every time. Yes, I understand, Redditor. Tell me more. Like, it's such a weird argument. It's never made sense to me. First stab gets old ways on armor. The armor I'm currently running right now, it's a purple. That's how good this is. I could definitely upgrade this. Like, ideally, this would be a Cape of Tides, right? And then I could have something else here. But Burst Spore gives Icebreaker and Cold Snap. And the combination of Icebreaker and Cold Snap really helps with Feral Surge, because frozen enemies take a lot more damage from Icebreaker. And Cold Snap makes enemies freeze faster. Imagine arguing about no save quit farm in 2022. Like, right, Cassie, it's so weird. Like, you want to look at a load screen the entire time? Like, in 2022. You still want that? I'd rather, like, play the video game that I paid money for, personally. That's just my worldview. People try to attribute differences between the games that don't exist. Yeah, they're all repetitive. They've always been repetitive. That's always been the point. Just this is repetitive in a way that gives you actual gameplay. My baby formula. I don't have a gun damage formula in this day. It is all the cryo. All the freezing. If you need proof. Favorite criticism is how the newest Lands game is always a woke humor. What? People always say that shit, and it's like, what does that even mean? We know what it's a dog whistle for, but like, what do they think they're saying? Yeah, Arun, that's what it is, but it's one of those buzzwords that's been twisted by some shitty people. Literally want to play this game till the day I die and expect to have enough content for last for decades, but also keep it fresh and exciting so I can run it 1,000 days in a row without getting bored, like BL2. What? BL2's been boring for 8 years. Alright, for double spell, what type of enchantment do you likely stand a shield? Under 50% health regen? That or full health. The full health enchant is very good formula-wise. Urge to surge. Haven't seen that one particular. Farm shields just variety, now see what I like. Do I have it on this character? I don't. But it's really good formula-wise. Yeah, I like this for mobbing a lot. I gotta figure out the bossing situation out a little bit. I suppose I could just keep a live wire. I have a fucking pickaxe. Just bing bang boom. This guy spent 2 months getting a max damage beacon. My favorite hot take is parts don't matter. Right, like, it's objectively stupid. And the fact that people making their entire identity hating on BL3, the only way they could make their BL3 gave too many drops argument was by literally having to acknowledge that they're throwing out part variants to make that argument. It's like, wait, hang on. Like, if you can just use that strategy, all bets are off. Gravity is a myth because let's ignore the fact that I don't float off the surface of the planet. Let's ignore the fact that that's a thing that can happen. Like, okay. It's frustratingly fucking stupid. Like, if you have to distort reality to create arguments against a new thing, maybe you're the problem. Spent 5 weeks, 4 hours every day farming for a max damage fire case and never got it. You guys remember that stream? This was in early March. Where I spent 5 hours farming for an auto idol with, like, what was I going for? I was going for an auto idol with area damage, with splash damage, I think was the farm. Just one specific passive on the artifact. The item had a 10% drop rate, and I spent 5 consecutive hours farming. For one specific passive out of the 32 that item can get with 3 passive slots. But parts don't matter, right? It's so easy. Borderlands 3 just gives you everything. And this game has the Borderlands 3 part set, so it's got the same thing happening. It's just a continuation of the same thing. Even though you literally had to refarm gear from Mayhem if you didn't immediately skip down 10. Right. Yeah, it's not out of a desire to be accurate, Fusion. It's insanely frustrating. PLC items only come from the wheel? If so, then why are the bunnies dropping PLC 1 items? Because they went with a different approach for PLC 2 for some reason. Let's use some skeep prod. I feel like skeeping. Any skeepers in the chat? Got any skeepers today?
Are you prepared? We'll see. Now that's a bloody fight. Chew on this. Ready to cast. Healing force.
Too much puddle action. Failed the side objective. Unlucky. Is there an ammo one on this? I like when they give us room 1 ammo altar, but it looks like they didn't in this one. That's okay. Great job on Wonderfix. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. It was a lot of fun. Hey, Coco. How are you? Transported a pet would be cool, so unable to take damage inside rocks. You're talking about the pets sometimes have weird pathing. Yeah, Rubliel, that's a thing.
Cool your head.
Tired, overworked, and sore, but good overall. You can't complain too much. I'm doing okay. And my ammo altars. How am I supposed to skeep without ammo? I can still do it, I just need to melee more.
Well, it's settled, isn't it?
Like, see, transporting 2 friends or a pet. That would cause a lot of game design problems. Like, why would you teleport to your pet? I don't understand the appeal of that. Like, the pet is already coded to stay near you. Why would you need to teleport to it? It would just serve to break their level design. And in terms of transporting 2 friends, they have indirectly had that, actually. In Borderlands 3, you can teleport to vehicles. Player-spawned vehicles. So, your friends can also teleport to yours. Has been a thing. So boss don't restart on death. But the entire point of dying in a boss fight is to force you to restart. That's not bad game design, that's you... What?
Let's get this over with.
It's not single players are fucked, it's you're forced to participate in the boss fight, Rubliel. Like, what is the point of a boss fight if there's no mechanic that allows you to fail? I don't understand what you're getting at here. Like, do you want to also make the boss do no damage, have 1 health? Just stand there and compliment you while you hit it? Like, I don't... What's the end game here? I'm missing your point. So if you have a friend you can transport, but not if alone. If we're talking about in that game, you can also teleport to your own vehicles in that game. This game doesn't have vehicles. There's no need for that function. If you're talking about in the maps outside of the Chaos Chamber, most maps have 3 fast travel points in this game. You can just go to them. And in the Chaos Chamber, the rooms aren't big enough for you to need to teleport. So I really don't understand the problem you're getting at. When it was just, hey, I wish I could get to my pet. Okay, I get that a little bit, but I don't understand what else you're trying to say. No, not Chaos Chamber. So you mean out in, say, Crackmass Cove. Why would you need to be able to teleport to any random point? You can already fast travel to the fast travel stations, of which most large maps have 2 or 3. Some have 1, but most have 2 or 3. Like, are you saying you should be able to teleport to any point on the map? Like, why? Like, actually, why? I don't get it. Hey, Vocal, how you doing? Good to see you. That's a volatile fire banshee with vampire. I like that. There's no ammo alters in this feature. Makes me sad. Never mind. Restarts. Huh? So confused. Chat, am I missing something critical? Not? Okay. Doing good. Just got done with some yard work. Now relaxed for the rest of the day. How are things here? Things are good. Things are good. We're messing around with various build concepts. I showed off a little bit of Feral Surge tech that I enjoy from time to time. It's kind of like an incomplete build. Messing around with some Clawbringer memes, some Berserker memes. Various things while we item farm. Not sure if anyone already tested or not, but Warcaster does not trigger FTS reload chat, which is probably a good thing. Yeah, it's... Warcaster is not a reload. Things that check for reload animations. That's how they work. So Universal Soldier and Warcaster do not. Because they're not reloads. It's just an ammo refill.
Way to throw some skills!
Right, have you done or seen builds making use of Stabos Poison Dove on AC enchant? It doesn't do, like, any damage, boom. Like, when I mean it doesn't do damage, I mean it hits for, like, if you optimize, you might, maybe, see 4 figures. That was a fast room clear. How many ski prop bullets did I even shoot? Like 20? For that whole room? I'd love to see it. Wait for my cooldown. Hang on. Hang on. Now we go. Cool. Also, that was a really cursed static sound. For some reason, shock stuff and From the Shadows sometimes just does that, and I hate it. Tried so hard to avoid subclassing Burr because I wanted to challenge my creativity in build making. I got a primordial amulet with 81% status damage to cryo. In conclusion, I fold like a piece of wet paper. I mean, Berserker doesn't really have that much in the status department. You could still talk yourself into doing other things. Probably. Sniper's bad, of course. Completely terrible. Not worth using. 10 armors. Actually, before I forget, I want to use Boilermaker. Let's do a Boilermaker run. I haven't done it on this feature. One of these days I'm gonna organize my rings, chat. One day. Eventually. Maybe. Probably not, but maybe. I'm gonna put the last bit into shotguns, because I do want better Boilermaker. Sag. Maybe equals never. Listen. Yes. And Amalgam is certainly trying. Shame it's not Chaos tiered. Scarlet Claw with 1 in Contagion. It's interesting. People say only Ice Spikes, Pixies, and Torgstickies are good. Non-volatile Primordial, I know not to take them seriously. Well, yeah, it's because they're either not playing the game, or they only do those things when they play the game. That's all that means. Binders refuse to give me a good cape still. Yeah, getting good capes is really tough. Still struggling to get a good enchant on this Boilermaker. Because, like, I don't want to roll my Ice Spike. Because my Ice Spike has ASA 20, but I keep getting fucking ASA 20 on this thing. It's not helpful. Oh, still nope. Tried Wizard's Pipe? Yeah, it's, mediocre.
Come on.
I would still not use Wizard's Pipe over any of the other SMGs, especially not the buff ones. It's, like, not bad anymore. But it does not compare favorably to any of the other SMGs.
Get casted and blasted!
Anything in-game you feel needs looked at and explained? I mean, how much time you got? Spell Shot is too strong, Pixies are too strong, Buffmeister's too strong, Spellblade's ridiculous, Livewire is ridiculous, though they've acknowledged that one. I think Spore Warden could use a little love in some areas. There's a few action skills across various classes that could use some love. I'd like to see us have more launcher ammo. The zero bossing damage feels fun in mobbing sections. But, like, the thing is most things are good at mobbing in this game, so I just don't feel particularly interested in the Wizard's Pipe at all because it's very bland in its functionality. It's one of the more boring weapons, which is probably why I don't like it. It's so satisfying. The rhythm of it. Mike just dropped me Primordial Fire, Shadow Fire. Let's go, Fatal. That's sick. Fucking love the Shadow Fire. Such a good gun now. Good buff. Good buffs. Plural. I like the methodology of the Shadow Fire buff because they didn't just increase its damage. They also increased its kind of sphere of influence. Like, it's now one of the strongest candidates for dot guns. Want to use those high pellet count Jacob shotguns? They do at best mediocre damage. You got to build around them, Don Ursa. So I'm using this Boilermaker. I'm going for a better one, so this is kind of a middle of the road one. But I do have a pretty good kettle drum, and I'll show you it doing damage I would not consider mediocre. Because it can one-tap enemies. It's just something you need to build for. It's not going to play the game for you the way Furior kind of does. You know, Furior and Torg are, like, free. Up evolving. See, no matter what shield, 20k or 3k damage received is borked. Seems to go by shield no matter what you have. Dealt 3k shield, almost 20k shield, same enemy with 20k chaos as possible, major issue. I don't think you're understanding what increasing chaos tier does. I think that's what that is. It's not that they do the same damage regardless of your shield, it's that as you increase chaos tiers in this game, enemies also do more damage. Not speaking chaos? Well, then you're speaking incorrectly. That's just not how it works. I can attest to the functionality of ward tanking in this game, and that you die slower with a big ward than you do with a little ward. Speaking code in general, you're not, though. What's your sample size? Do you have a clip? Could you speak in more easily decipherable terms? It sounds like you're not understanding game mechanics. Revelio. Like, this enemy that's shooting me right now is not going to do... It's not going to break my shield always in one shot. Like, if I have a bigger shield, it takes off the same chunk, but I have more. so I die slower. It sounds like you're saying that having more ward capacity doesn't do anything, which just isn't true. Same level switch armor, enemy deals more damage. That's because that's not what armor is for. That the armor is not protection. I could take off my armor entirely, and I take the same damage. Armor is a class mod in this game. Your ward is your protection. Your damage reduction stat is your protection. Your ability to heal back from the damage is your protection. Nowhere in the game does it tell you that armor makes you tankier. All of enemies should not go by your armor. It doesn't. Any scaling of skills with chaos levels like there was with MAM levels? No, Leroy. And this leads to a situation where there's some things that that kind of are gonna fall off as we get more chaos tiers. For example, Nova parts on wards. That's a fixed damage value. And that value didn't even go up from Chaos 20 to Chaos 35. So it's already less potent than it was at launch, and they already weren't fantastic there. So scaling itself was never the enemy, it's what the scaling was placed on in BL3 was the problem. Obviously things like Remnant, Indiscriminate, Ties That Bind didn't need scaling, but got it anyway. Whereas things like Sentinel, you could justify them getting the scaling because they didn't misbehave with it. They just kept it relevant. Things like Nova Shields getting scaling, like Reflect parts getting scaling. That was good for the health of the game. It was a good balancing tool. It was just frequently misused. So I wouldn't be opposed to it coming back as a mechanic in this game for some things that need it, particularly items. You have things like the full battery lightning bolt, which already suck, and they're only going to get weaker. Armor's literally no purpose. Rebel Yell, I need you to look at the screen and tell me that this does nothing. Look at the item card. Does this do nothing? You're making me have a hard time understanding what your problem is. Armor are class mods. You wear it on your body, and it functions like a class mod. It's not a shield. I'm not saying it's a shield. You're saying armor. This is armor. You say armor. Armor. What is happening? I think that overall Stokers are less consistent as a class overall when it comes to damage output. Stoker launchers are good. Stoker snipers are good. Stoker pistols are good. I'd say it's the Stoker ARs that have some trouble, Rohith. The Stoker ARs, with the exception of the Bread Slicer. And the Donkey. Kinda in a weird place. Pretty cracked armor piece? Yeah. It's not a shield, that's a... You said the word armor. I'm going to read your message back to you, Rebel Yell. Which armor enemy deals more damage? That's not a thing, because this is armor. You said armor. This is armor. That's a mod? No! You are arguing what the game literally calls armor. Armor. What? Chat, someone help me. Armor's a shield. No! The ward is the shield! They literally call it a ward! What? May as well move on. Yeah, yeah, it's just hard to ignore. Point is, Rebel Yell, you have a very limited understanding of game mechanics, and you don't seem to understand that you are calling things by certain names that are not those things. So your misunderstanding comes from you choosing not to accept reality. Anyway. Ward is a misfit rename thing. You're a misfit rename thing. Like, are we just saying things now? Addressing what you said, Don Ursa. Assault rifles have received some tuning in a couple ways. They tuned down Dahlia assault rifles. They increased black powder assault rifles. Or specifically the crossbow generator assault rifle. Got a big buff. The Rogue Imp Skulldugger AR did receive a nerf. But they've done individual tuning to several of the uniques. It's just, they haven't really touched the non-uniques outside of the Dahlia Woods going downwards. So Stoker ARs just kind of feel terrible. Like, they just don't have good damage. The most they have is, like, acceptable fire rate, but they don't have good damage. Shields were never called armor in any Lands game. True. Figured he avoid main topic. So, this is not a disrespectful question here, Rebel Yell. I'm just trying to understand where the barrier here is. Is English your first language? Because I think we're having some miscommunication on a basic level. Like, is something not translating well? Because it's understandable. But it seems like you're misunderstanding some very basic things. Genuine question. Hey Pris, how you doing? Manual transmission build. Manual transmission does like okay DPS, but it takes so long to get to that DPS that it's just not really a practical choice, you know? It's a little disappointing. Kettle drum does pretty well. Game changes name. So you didn't answer my question. Game changes name of stuff for no reason, but you know what a shield is. Do you? Do you? Because you called it armor. Like, what do you mean? There's a thing called armor in this game. There is not a thing called shield in this game. There is a ward. Was there a purpose to keep ARs bad? Like high mag, low damage in theory is balanced in early game, it's post game, there's more to be desired in general with ARs. I don't think it's something they're intentionally keeping that way. I think it's something they just haven't gotten around to. Like we just had an SMG balancing pass this week. So I think ARs are likely to be next on the list. Or at least I would like them to be. I think we're on the same page. ARs don't have much of an identity right now. They're not bullet hoses like the SMGs. They're not hard hitting like the snipers or shotguns or pistols, which are also bullet hoses. They just kind of don't have an area. Needs to be going nowhere fast. Well, I figure since this is likely the last time I'll interact with this person before they get banned, I may as well play it out, boom. Yo, Crook, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Game renaming stuff to confuse people is not good. You confuse yourself, Rebel Yell. Like, what? Nobody knows what you're talking about. If you look side by side at any Lands game inventory, you can identify these immediately as these are the weapon slots. This is the grenade slot, which is a spell this time.
But is a shield award and is a ward just
But as
another
a shield
way of saying
award
this
and as a
game
ward
just
just
needs more
another way of
holes?
saying
Oh, they're
this game
overlapping
just
now.
needs more holes.
Look, game has no shield. Ward. Ward. Shield, ward, same shit. It's the same thing. Look, it even says the word ward right on the card. Look, 25% maximum ward. That's what my part says. So glad I got here for this. My brain is fucking melting, Steve. It's actively melting. If you look closely, it's just dripping down my neck. Yeah, and the game literally explains what armor is. Armor is class mod. Word has no meaning? You're saying that has no meaning. How is this relevant to your incorrect assertion before that class mods / armor should make you take less damage? No. Armor is class mod, ward is shield. They functionally fill the same roles they have always filled. This makes you take less damage. This is a stat booster. Ward has no meaning, shield does. Dude is definitely trolling. I'm playing it out, never forever, because this is the last time I'll interact with this person, so I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt.
Figure it out!
Anyways, how's your stream been? Frustrating. So, we got ward. Definition 1, separate room in a hospital. Definition 2, administrative division of a city. Verb. Warb as a verb. Guard. Protect. So a ward protects you like a shield protects you. It's fantasy, so they went with more fantasy-oriented terminology. Like I said, it's confusing. Maybe to you, but to nobody else at all. In fact, most people will still just call it by the old name and not be bothered by it. So going back to your original point, Rebelio, what did you mean when you were talking about armor, using your word, not preventing damage? What did you mean by that? Because that's you changing words for no reason. So, like, what did you mean by that? I think they realize it's a Wonderlands game, not a Borderlands game. Yeah, and I find it important to address these people directly, Striker, because if you do not, they will invent any sort of narratives that they care to and spread them, and people who do not have familiarity with the game will view that as a widely held belief. Once again, I'll use my favorite model of comparison. If you have 100 people in a room, 80 of them are just chilling, and 20 of them are flinging their shit at the walls saying everything's awful, those 20 people are going to draw more attention from everyone outside the room than the 80 people are. So those 80 people need to turn and figure out what the fuck is happening with the 20 people. So I put higher shield on enemy just ramps up to the same levels if you didn't have more. No, that is literally not how it works. That's your answer. It does not work that way. Not trolling at all, I have serious questions. Okay, enemy shoots you for 100 damage. You have 100 ward, it takes out your whole ward. You have 101 ward, it does not take out your whole ward. It's still only 100 damage. It has always worked that way. It will continue to work that way. That's it. That's the whole thing. Ward in D&D means an invisible barrier of magical force that protects you. You can Google it, that's what it means. Yeah. You can. It's a word that means a thing. I'll have to retest then, but I see it different. You did a bad test, a very bad test, and I don't know what you possibly could have been doing, because wearing or not wearing a ward does not change how much damage an enemy does. want to take this moment and say quiet in chat. Love y'all. I love y'all too. And I apologize for allowing the stream to be derailed like that, but we have a lot of bad takes floating around the Lands fan base, and someone's got to address them. Skill trees are running, looks like a fun build. They loved giving you Divergent, they sure did. I can go over the skill trees for you guys, give me one moment. Honestly, it was hilarious. A little bit. Yes, vibing Aegis on my skill tree. So this is Sabomancer Spore Warden. We go down to play the angles for bonus ricochets. Now, play the angles triggers off of crits, has a chance to trigger off of crits. So using From the Shadows removes one of the RNG hoops. So we get much more consistent use of this while using this action skill. This also, since everything is critting, we get our Black Powder ricochets. A times 12 Boilermaker will ricochet 12 times, times 25 Kettle Drum ricochet 25 times, etc. So built-in ricochets, already advantageous to just do the thing. But you can get play the angles off a Black Powder ricochet. So, I can shoot one enemy, hit them 25 times, it'll ricochet, hit another enemy 25 times, and each of those 25 ricochets has a chance to trigger play the angles, and then each of those has a chance to trigger play the angles again. So I could potentially shoot one enemy, ricochets to that one, ricochets to that one, ricochets to that one, and that one has their day absolutely ruined because math is funny. So it's basically a Spore Warden gun tree. With a little bit of Sabomancer to support it. Headhunter is a great skill. Highly recommend this one. This skill tells you it's gun damage. It's not. It's conditional damage. The reason why they put gun there is a wording thing. Guns are the primary thing that can interact with crit spots in this game, but there are a few other things that can do it. Spells that have physical projectiles can do it. So Ice Spikes, Arcane Bolts, those can do that. The Barrage action skill can do that. So this is a separate category of damage. If you're familiar with the Cursed Wit, it's the same damage type as that. The Spellblade's bonus applies as conditional damage, same damage type. The Berserker is the Old Ways skill, conditional damage. This is a really good skill. Wrath of Nature, debuff for multi-target. We have the equivalent for single target over with Exploit Their Weakness. We got some extra mag size, fire rate, pet revive. Just a fun gunplay setup. Just get back to horny, please. Yo, Steve, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
I feel like the most common class ones that give you are Clawbringer and Graveborn. Try the build, that shit does so much damage. Yeah, Clawgrave is a fun combo. Bit harder to build around than some others, but it's fun. Interested in trying a melee build, unsure of where to start. Any suggestions? There are a few bosses I'll have trouble with, but select, it would be fun. So, you have claims to melee tech for every class except for Spore Warden, in my opinion. Do you have a class you'd like to start with here? Like one class that you really want to do melee built around that class's mechanics? Any preference there? Could buff Sally and buff Headhunter? Yes. No problem, you deserve it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Some more holes, I think. Oh, in terms of hero points, we max crit damage. Crit chance is just kind of low value, so we leave that as is. We take status damage for Sabomancer's dot interactions, and take a little bit of Constitution for some more buffer because I'm running this enchant, which is a huge boost, but my health bar has to be full. So more ward does make me have the ability to keep my health full longer, because enemy damage incoming will hit the ward instead of the health bar. So, see, I have 10,000 wards. I'm much less likely to lose my full health. But someone calls it something other than a Headhunter. It calls it Boom Headshot, yes. Thinking Burr, because Cryo sure be helpful. Yeah, so, in terms of Berserker melee, you see a lot of people do Frost Shiver, which is Sabomancer as a second class. You'll also see people do Hammer Zerker melee. I enjoy that as well. You could do Chillmonger melee. Spellshot has Spellblade and Paradigm as options for translating its ridiculous amounts of spell damage into other stats. So you could even do Spellshot. I like Hammer Berserker melee a lot. I would recommend trying that out. Because you get Storm Dragon's Judgment is a really reliable action skill. Very short cooldown. You can throw it to do melee damage from range, and that'll help with some of those bosses where you have limited access at times. You Stab Mancer Graveborn? I do have a Stabo Grave set up. So waiting for a Chaotic Body Rune, it could be really hard to get specific Chaos tier items. Yeah, Dills, I agree. The good thing about the Body Rune, though, is once you get it, you're just kind of good, and even Chaos tiers on it don't necessarily matter. Now, I play a lot, so I eventually got this Primordial one with Capacity. Real nice. But ultimately, like, a Body Rune's a Body Rune. The ward is so good that you don't really need a specific role, honestly. It'll make a very tiny difference. You already won the lottery if you got a Body Rune. Ward's so good. It even does more than it says on the card. If you're unaware, you know the Spirit Rune? The one that gives you increased lightning damage while you're standing still? Well, the Body Rune and the Master Rune have that effect built in. I don't know if it's a bug or not, but they also have that effect. So, if I was to stand still, even with this Body Rune on, any lightning damage I do is stronger. Because the hidden effects. Or, did I say Master Rune? Mind Rune. This one doesn't do. Spell shot oddly is highest gun damage, highest spell damage, and highest melee damage. Yeah, spell shot's just like, why? AK Shield Mind Rune. I think what I was saying, you have a level 1 ward, you eat 3 rounds from a level 1 enemy, and you scale it up to level 40. I don't like that you can still only eat 3 rounds. But that's still not how it works. That's still not accurate.
Such a murderous mushroom.
I can reproduce this. If I put a 4K shield on or mass blast to me, hit all. Can you speak clearly? Maybe a few points, put a huge shield on, go back, does the same, but massive more off shields. Yeah, this is completely indecipherable. Anyway. Never stand still in this game, would have never known. There's a few mechanics that give you incentive for standing still. It's not hugely well known, but the Diamond Gauntlets and Steel Gauntlets armors are extremely valuable. Like, they give just good access to stats, some of which you would have difficulty getting otherwise, at least in that slot. So there's plenty of reason to stand still. And out of the mechanics that check for your movement, Swift Death is the only one that cares if you're actually moving, and Swift Death is the weakest. So you could use a Selective Amnesia Red Hellion move speed build and stand still for more damage. Standing still is great in this game. Rebel Yell, don't tell me how to run my stream. This is your last warning. If you're talking in my chat, I'm going to address you. So either stop talking in my chat, or behave. Hey Viper, how you doing? Good to see you. survivability is placed on elusive. Hey, if you're really lucky on that 10% coin flip, it could work. I didn't mean to pick that up. Want to be Flag Simulator? Yes. Kettle Drum is fun. The reason why I want the Boilermaker is it's in theory higher DPS than this. Because you shoot more. And it's got a tighter spread. See? More accurate. Gun using? This is times 25 Kettle Drum. I just switched to a times 12 Boilermaker. I want to get a times 19 Boilermaker with this mag size. What's poppin'? Hey boys, how you doing? Good to see ya. But getting specific parts black powder shotguns is really, really tough. Because there's a lot of different part combinations you can get. I want to say times 17 is the highest 1 ammo per shot Boilermaker. I don't know how high the 2 ammo per shots go. But I've seen 19. So I basically want as high projectile as I can get with a low mag. Because the low mag has a damage bonus. We're trying to maximize hit count and damage per shot. What's the 3 ammo? I don't quite remember. Negative 21. Is it a Kettle Drum or a Boilermaker, Boom? Because Kettle Drum is the 3 ammo. Away from gaming for a while, what I miss? Wonderlands is good. I've been getting some good hotfixes. We got 2 DLCs out. And I'm having a blast. Rip me hard for asking question isn't cool. No, I ripped you hard for being disrespectful in my chat, being disruptive, not listening to the questions I asked you in an effort to help you, and frankly, I just don't fucking like you. Don't come back. Or do. I'll still get ad revenue, but you're banned. Goodbye. Try to play the victim will be in the asshole, like... Poster child for someone who gets angry at everyone else around them for their lack of understanding and acts like nobody's trying to help them, when simply they're just rejecting the help. Love to see it. Anyway, back to good vibes. So, this Boilermaker not quite cutting it compared to the Kettle Drum. That's why I want an upgrade. Because I want to use the Boilermaker. She's not quite as good yet. Found a good Primordial Fragment Rain before the hotfix. Gonna try it on my Spore Zerker. Yeah, Brendan, that gun is really good for mobbing. It clears rooms. If you can find a particularly healthy target, shooting that target will kind of take out everyone else with Fragment Rain. So whether that's a Dragon Lord statue, you can even do it against the pineapple barrels, the ones that keep exploding. It'll just keep reflecting projectiles. It's kind of funny. Ooh, that was a big shot. Wizard's Pipe increase good? Wizard's Pipe is in a situation where it's no longer a bad gun. Like, it does acceptable damage. It can be a great tool for climbing Chaos tiers. Parasite's one of the easier bosses to kill, so this is a weapon to go after when you're starting your journey up through Chaos tiers. But ultimately, at peak, it's not going to provide any unique function over other weapons that have their own kind of areas of expertise. For example, a Fire Wizard's Pipe will never beat a Blazing Volley. Blazing Volley is just a better gun that happens to be locked to fire. It'll never beat a Heck Waiter, which is another fire-locked one. Poison one will never beat a White Rider, etc., etc. It doesn't have a niche. It's just like a decent gun. But think of the Negotiator. I honestly haven't used it since it's been enchantable and past the Torg buff, Rohith. I have no experience with it since Chaos 20. Tell me to stop using Dreadwind in my playthrough. I keep dying, but I want to spin. Primordial Repeating Trickster Ice Spike. Bad parts, but it's Primordial. I gotta take that. I'll be right back, chat. I gotta run the bathroom. 1 second. Okay, we're back. Hey Rebel Yell, stop messaging me because this could be construed as a violation of Twitch's ban evasion policy and could lose you your account. Don't message me, don't message anybody here, and fuck off. Final warning. Playing some Doom Eternal while watching the stream. Just weapon swap comboed on the beat of the music. Neuron activation. That's sick. $60 mil damage away from damage cap in this calc. Let's go, Ramen. Kind of wish the Wizard's Pipe got a projectile speed buff. Love using it to projectile speed down. It's like, it's a satisfying burr gun with a big mag, but ultimately it doesn't have anything special about it, aside from high mag SMG. I was trying to think of use cases for it, Butter, and the biggest thing I could come up with is it can roll dark magic. There's not a lot of coverage of the dark magic element in SMGs, at least among weapons you would shoot rather than chuck. Like, obviously the Shadow Fire and Throwable Hole are fantastic, but they're chucking weapons, not shooting weapons. So they don't quite fit into that niche. So you could use Wizard's Pipe there. Switching Curse Wit to Sweet Dreams gave me like 300 mil. Nice. You made sure that Sweet Dreams wasn't, was like actually active, right? Parameters. I don't know how you're getting damage. So like, if you're using Amnesia or something, I don't think you can have that and Sweet Dreams. Unless you somehow self-damage after your shot, but before it hits. What armor are you using in the calc? I'm curious. For those who don't know, a fun thing we used to do in Borderlands 3 was we calculated max theoretical damage for firing a gun one time across multiple characters against different theoretical targets. And Ramen did a lot of that math stuff. It was very enjoyable. He's doing the same things now for Wonderland's one-shot calcs. So if you're curious about the potential damage someone could do just shooting a gun, that's your guy right there. I have too many things I want to use here. Get rid of that one. Welcome back, crew. Paradigm. Spell to ability. That's not that much ability. Like, in theory, I know I said that it'd be not feasible, but in theory, Amnesia's the play. But it'd be like the co-op calculations levels of Cursed, in terms of what you'd have to do to have that and Amp. So not be the play. I'm assuming Delusion is being used to apply it, Viper.
Choose, Fate Maker. You go on ahead.
Drop Spore Fuse for ASC next crit, calculate Spore Fuse later. Does that apply to each individual instance, Ramen, or would it just apply to one instance?
To make that mistake again.
No retrigger delay, 7 pellet guns can make 7 Spore Fuse. I'm talking about on the ASC crit one. ASC crit, because if it says your next crit, that implies one instance. Which is why I've always hesitated to use it, because in theory, if it works exactly how it says on paper, which I should not assume it does, then it could get taken by like a dot tick, and I don't want that. There's a cat on my foot. Took your advice, shooting a Dragonlord statue with Rapid Rain, some of the most fun I've had. Hey, glad you like it. It was a great day for me, got my crowd build done, almost completed my Clawbringer build. Hey, I'm glad it's going well. Glad it's going well. Finishing out a build is very satisfying. That's probably why I keep coming back to this one. This is just my casual, chill, you know, shoot gun, have fun build. It's just so flexible.
Tell the Reaper I sent you.
Hey, Atlas, good to see you. How you doing? Pretty sure someone tested it. Remember laughing at it being stolen by a dot text and leading that way. It sounds like it would work that way. It's probably just one pellet. Damn, why can't the high damage gun be single pellet? I mean, depending on how Cannonballer works out, you can just use a Cannonballer in ×1 if you want a one pellet calc. Or actually, a big boy rocket might be more. Stone Swan mentioned that. I think at Primordial, a big boy rocket might be the highest single pellet damage. It also gets area. but I don't know the value for a big boy rocket off the top of my head. Don't deny you play this build because flag vibes. That too. Everyone, can I see the skills? Absolutely. Ping me in the loot room. I have a terrible short-term memory, but I want to get to it for you. Ooh, Shadowfire with Spore Fuse? I already have one of these, but gotta pick that up. Garcia Flak was my jam? Yes. Flak with the Garcia was, really, really enjoyable. I gotta figure out if we can have the Garcia vibe of shotgun, like the OG Garcia. They definitely didn't give us a way to do it, but I want to look anyway. Because Kettle Drum is Stagecoach vibes, and Stagecoach Flag was great. Boilermaker is post-changed Garcia. But I wonder if we can get something more automatic. Whether that's simulated with reload speed, I don't know. I want it. Love this Spore Fuse called boinking, fun word. Yeah, you like boinking, Viper? Is that what I'm hearing? Like a lands game that each character has like 2 or 3 action skills to be able to use at the same time on top of having grenade spells. While that sounds cool in concept, Fusion, keep in mind that we've yet to have a lands game where single action skills at a time are balanced well against each other. Like, BL3 did an admirable job by the end, but there were still some that were massively overtuned, still some that were only propped up by gear, still some that had no functionality whatsoever. For example, Amara's downfall is still just hot garbage. Iron Bear is Iron Bear. And in this game, you have From the Shadows, which is completely excellent. You have Storm Dragon's Judgment, which is very, very good. You have Polymorph and Ambihextrous are great. And then you have weird ones, like Cleansing Flames. It's getting love over time. It's getting better, but, like, it's still bad. Ghostblade, kinda mid. Barrage and Blizzard, both kinda bad. Barrage is carried by Enchants. Only have so many buttons on my controller. That too. Don't say it's gonna hurt. Sorry, Tom, I got back. I'm sorry. I hate to do you like that, but it's his reality. Never played Amara. What's so bad about her skill? So each character has different skills in that game. Amara has a Phase Slam variant called Downfall, which has a 47-second cooldown, locks you into an animation where you are extremely vulnerable, and does terrible damage. Also, it requires 20 points of investment in her weakest skill tree. And that was never addressed. None of those issues with that skill were ever addressed. So, I don't think increasing number of action skills is going to lead to, like, more choices the way people hope it will. Like, 47-second cooldown alone is like, what? Volatile times 2 liquid cooling, sleeves my chaotic. Hey, big upgrade, let's go. Spend 20 points on a bad tree, get a bad skill, what could go wrong? Right. I like that we get 2 action skills per class here. You don't need to invest skill points to get them. You just need to be the appropriate level. Like, one opens up at level 7. The other opens later, right? That's how it goes. It's been a while since I leveled, I don't remember. But it's not, like, skill tree investment gated, which is an upgrade. I do miss action skill augment stuff. That was a cool system. I miss those. Tiger Claw. It's trying. Like, ability damage, ability crit chance is trying, but what do I use it on? Ability crit chance is one of those stats that's kind of peacocking a little bit, because I don't know of any ability sources that have a base crit chance over nothing. Like, you have your base crit chance for that. Whereas spell crit chance, for example, will go off of, you know, a 35% base crit chance spell that hits 3 times. Like, spell crit chance is a great stat. Ability crit chance? Even if you stack ability crit chance in every single slot, you're not gonna break, like, 20%. Like, after calculation. So... yeah. Dire Sacrifice, it has the same base crit chance of everything else that's ability. And a crit will not be the difference between Dire Sacrifice working and not. It's just kind of gonna kill anything in mobbing anyway, as long as you invest into the formula properly. But it's gonna suck in bossing. And then if it crits on a boss, still sucks. Dire Sacrifice is weird. Mind if we got more expansive skill trees or augments are spread throughout as 1-pointers? That could work. Skill tree, by request. I do have some Butt Stallion boost right now. Butt Stallion is boosting Quiver of Holding and Affinity right now, and Potent Poisons a little bit. Yeah. Basically, Spore Warden down to Capstone, play the Angles, Wrath of Nature, Headhunter. Great trinity of skills here. Play the Angles is the only thing triggering Wrath of Nature for me in this setup, because Wrath is triggered by ability damage. From the Shadows does not do ability damage. I do not have any other sources like Dark Hydras or Blast Chill, Blast Gasp. I've none of that going on. The only way I apply this is through this. So that means that Exploit Their Weakness over here is more value, if you're curious as to why I'm running an armor with that instead of this. Because this will apply on single targets. Additionally, running a Stabo Claw armor gives me primary Stabo class power, which is more from the Shadows duration, as denoted over here. Spore Warden also gives the only mag size and ammo regen skill in the game. There's only 2 sources of ammo regen in this game. One is the last gas board, the other one is the Quiver of Holding skill. This is not boostable by armor currently. There's no class combinations that have that. So the only way of getting mag size or ammo regen without a last gasp is this. With skill tree investment. So going down this tree makes a lot of sense. Windrunner's a lot of fire rate, movement speed, medicinal mushrooms, nice quality of life if we should happen to go down. We get enough points to spare to get Contagion Tech going. Only 2 points, and it's not a focus of the build, so I don't care that it's low consistency, but Contagion is a very powerful tool to have in your kit. We've got Nimble Fingers for the fire rate and spell damage, Elusive for the ability to shoot and sprint. No. Max crit. In terms of hero points, yeah, max crit damage. We don't touch crit chance, really, because it's low value. Remember that this 24% you get from 22 points of dexterity is not a 24% final. It just goes into the formula here. So it would be the difference between me having, you know, 8.7% gun crit chance currently and me having maybe 10% gun crit chance with full dex investment. Not very impactful at all. And from the Shadows, we're already critting all the time anyway. So, crit damage, yes. Crit chance, no. Status damage to help the contagion stuff. Then in terms of gear, we're running a body rune for healing and the bonus element. With this enchant, really highly recommend this enchant. While health is full, gain 25% gun damage and crit damage. Now, this is neither gun damage nor crit damage. What it is conditional damage, which is a separate category in the formula that applies on either gun or crit or both. So if you do gun damage and your health is full, you get 25% conditional damage, which is equal to this skill. It's like having 2 out of 1 in this skill. But also, if you crit while at full health with anything, you get 25% conditional damage. Now, if you crit with a gun, you get both of those. So, keeping your health full for this is a huge amount of damage. This is the only way to get this damage type through enchants that this build could feasibly access. Then we've got gun damage rings. I've got Shark's Banes because they have the highest gun damage. Are you vibing? I'm vibing, Irish. I'm vibing. Corrupted Plate Mail increases on-hit effects. So this converted damage portion, this 30%, can trigger on-hit effects again, such as Play the Angles, such as Blast Chill if you're doing melee stuff. It'll scale appropriately, the damage will, depending on which portion triggered. But this can also mean things like the Head Cannon, a Quest Reward pistol, one of my favorites. This gets 2 explosions. Which can mean a lot of damage, a lot of status effects. Cool stuff. Level 40 keeps on resetting the main story. What do I do? Have you downloaded any of the latest patches, Avery? Because that was a problem that they addressed with a downloadable update about a week ago, 8 days ago, 9 days ago. So check for updates. And then I've got an Amp Echo Twin Soul, which is just good utility melee to have. I bonk an enemy to deliver some of my recent damage, but also to boost my next 3 shots. I'll do a head cannon run. Is it just my lack of hands-on, or is crit chance being so specific sad? If it was a generic, then it'd be a great way to allow hybrid builds to boost multiple damage sources. They've kind of pigeonholed a couple classes into doing that because of that, Chris. Clawbringer and Stabomancer are the ones that get global crit chance. So for non-specified things, those classes have an advantage, which I suppose I like, but Clawbringer is better at it than Stabomancer, and Stabomancer is the one who's constructed around that as a class. So it does present some identity confusion. Side note, currently experience a bug where my 50% chance to shoot an extra projectile isn't turning off, which is awesome. That sounds scary. Thanks for a reminder, I need to put that headcanon on my Dark Magic guy with Corrupted Mail. It's so good, Buick. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. Also, hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Corrupted Plate Mill with 3 in Blood Frenzy and 2 in Ascension. See, this is trying to be interesting, but like, what do you do with that? The skills tell me Dire Sacrifice, but Corrupted Plate Mill directly neuters your Dire Sacrifice damage. It's got ability damage, which also screams Dire Sacrifice, but nope. Where'd I get a headcanon? Armageddon Distracted quest in Ossagol Necropolis. It's the one with blue hat guy. It's that one.
Think you can make it?
One build never dies trying to do Bereaver. Bereaver is incredibly tanky. With Reaper of Bones active, you literally can't die, except by jumping off a cliff. Bereaver is incredibly tanky. Like, on top of that, you've also just got nuts healing, lots of sources of healing. Where's the big enemies at? It's just the little guys. Ow. That's rude. Which ward is highest capacity for Bereaver Dire Sacrifice build? Highest capacity would be kinetic friction, but highest bonus for, or would be static charge, excuse me. Highest bonus for Dire Sacrifice would be kinetic friction. Rohit. I'm pretty sure anyway. Because kinetic friction boosts your health by 100%. And it also has a high capacity. Whereas static charge has a bigger ward, but it also has a health penalty. So ward matters more if you're doing Bereaver Dire Sacrifice, because that converts at a more favorable ratio into health, but you also don't want to lose any health. So I'm pretty sure kinetic friction is there. Hey Felicia, how you doing? Literally no secondary ring stats that help Cannonballer. Yeah, there's no heavy stats. Yeah, I'm thinking. Spore Fuse can't crit if you go that route. No mag size, no weapon type specific. I imagine action skill duration and cooldown don't mean anything in a one-shot calc. Does Reaper give you bonus dark magic and all damage? Yes. It is a global bonus element. And unlike Plate Mail, it doesn't, like, convert Irish. Plate Mail gives you a bonus element, but with a damage penalty, to balance it. Reaper just goes on top of the damage. Makes it real good. It applies to everything, like, including your pets. Primordial with spell crit chance. Alright, that's for me. I'm working on a white rarity only spell shot to prove a point. And that's my armor for it. Unless I decide I want area damage later. I don't think I need that. Cannonballer just suffered so hard from 0 boosted stats and element. So you can get Cannonballer in soaked elements though. You can? Yeah. I don't know about shock, but you can in cryo, 100% certain. Anyone know if you can get a shock Cannonballer? Is that a thing? Reason why I'm in doubt is because, like, maybe they were like, hey, let's give Blue Cake a niche, but... You can? Cool. The legendary bonk sticks. Peg leg is bonk. Peg leg is bonk. Yeah, so here's the static charge, Rohith. Look at my health when I put this on. See, it went down. 3,800. 1,900. So it has high capacity, but it has a health penalty. Kinetic Friction has a health bonus and a high capacity, so works out better. Doing the new mirror phase, add anything to the wheel pool? I think the ward. Amp this game still pellets? No, it's all the good amp ROM. It's all projectiles. And hilt amp is still separate from ward amp. Clawbill got a sub 7? Nice. Solid batteries bonk? Yeah. And then there's the blue rarities. I want to say metal loot is bonk. I know Lachance's leg is bonk. What manufacturer is metal loot, chat? Jesus. It is cool. These enemies are so passive. Frying pan's bonk. Yeah, there's a bunch of bonks. Heard something about some items not being able to drop, so I want to check. The pistol that some people are spreading around and talking about does not drop as of week 2. I believe that's a week 4 item. Might be week 3. Solid battery do. Has a unique part that's effectively a double strength rampage hilt, and it also creates a melee dagger storm on a crit. Also has a very high card crit multiplier.
No one gets rid of me that easy.
Sounds too good. It's extremely strong. It's very strong. Does Friction have to roll the health boost stat? No, it's a hidden thing. It's a hidden stat, Rohit. A bunch of items have hidden things that are like part of their deal. Like Bronco Buster and Kinetic Friction both have health increases for you that they don't list, that are not dependent on parts, just all copies of the item have that. Static Charge does not tell you about its health penalty. Some items just be that way. Missed the Wonder Fix yesterday, how was it? It was fun, it was fun. It's not too long. It was about 20-25 minutes, Ghost. It'll be up on YouTube at some point soon, TM. It was mostly just hearing me talk about mechanics behind the various things that they did with the hotfix. Also, I jerked off the ski prod a bit. That was fun. I've been having audio issues with From the Shadows lately. It's very weird. Sorry, did what? You heard me. Have you seen that gun? Can you blame me? Static noise? Yeah. So far, myself in situations where either I see no enemies, don't meet any enemies walking around, the enemies that are there actually walking away. It's something they should address. Probably my biggest gripe of the game. Pretty happy otherwise, though. Yeah, the enemy aggression is frustrating. I don't love it. Not my favorite thing. Haven't used post-nerf liquid cooling. They accidentally removed the nerf for liquid cooling, but then they put it back. So it's just kind of been yo-yoing a lot balance-wise. I haven't tried it out post-change, so let's see what that's like. People credit the enemy aggression problem to enemy density and like pain. Yeah, enemy density is already high enough. And you run into certain balance issues when enemy density goes up beyond where it is. Things like Berserker Capstone get wildly overpowered. It would be nice for things like Calamity Armor that have trouble accessing damage right now, but it has some far-reaching consequences. Not to mention increased stress on people's systems. Remember that the PS4 and Xbox One version of Zomboss apparently does not spawn ads. Whether this is for performance reasons or not is not confirmed, but I would guess it's performance reasons. I don't think putting more stress on people's systems is the play when you could just make the enemies not run away. Had that too. They made up the sound to crack past the compression. I don't like it. It's times a 1 Boilermaker. Not quite what I'm going for. Imagine a room with 40 plus raging badass Cyclops gunner. Right? You know what I want, though? I want double raid bosses. So, like, I want to fight 2 Barkensteins at the same time. That's what I want to do. I would like that in my life. That would make me happy. My life's a melee character, enemy jumps down to lower platform, I jump down to follow, enemy jumps back up, rinse and repeat. Yeah, Brendan, you named it exactly. It does happen quite a bit. Or zombies just playing hide and seek in the back of the map. Like what I'm hearing is you need to do Exalted Tower. I do. I haven't played Godfall in a minute. I should change that. Alright, liquid cooling primary, last ride secondary. Let's do it. Rules of spawning in could also be tweaked. Enemies spawning on top is annoying because you just decided you're free of danger. It's better than them spawning across the map behind a wall. Nerfed gun, by the way. Completely unusable. They murdered this gun, chat. Like, look. Enemies just aren't dying. Are you seeing this? They're just literally not dying. I've literally gotten 0 kills here. It's so unusable.
I see dead.
Literally healing them. Yeah. I miss Borderlands 2 when the liquid cooling was good. I think it's a can't kill problem, not more a run out of ammo problem. And I think that's a balancing factor of the gun. Would that be fair to say, Striker? Because if something has no downsides, it gets boring pretty quickly. Like, the downside of the liquid cooling has always been that it chugs ammo. It's a balancing factor of a bunch of weapons. The skeet prod, the sawmill, those are balanced around the fact that ammo is a scarcity. Launchers as an entire weapon category are balanced that way. The trade-off for the damage is a lack of uptime. Which is why I equipped 2 weapons for this run. I have a last rights equipped for when my liquid cooling runs out of ammo. And if I was playing optimally, I would be mobbing with the last rights and bossing with the liquid cooling. But I'm just kind of vibing right now. Gonna go to the gym for a bit. How much longer do you think we'll be streaming? I usually go till about 2 p.m. Eastern time, which is about 42 more minutes. But sometimes on Saturdays, I just kind of keep going. I don't know how my energy is, so I'll be live anywhere between 1 to 2 more hours, we could assume, or so.
C for effort. C minus.
I'm gonna head out. Take it easy, Viper. You have a good one. Catch you later, then have a good one. You as well. Really nice to meet you. Thanks for stopping in. I like making new friends. Not saying it's bad, just sucks. Half the weapon types are really limited on ammo, really hungry. I think that's a conscious design choice. Like, so we talked about Doom a bit earlier. Doom Eternal, one of the ways they wanted to get you to use different weapons was they just gave you no ammo for any of them. Now, it was a controversial decision that not everyone liked. I personally kind of preferred Doom 2016 of having a little more freedom in terms of what I'm using where, but I get the philosophy. We can at least understand the decision to do that. And because it's not something that's true for all weapons, I don't think it's a problem in this game. Like, you can effectively use SMGs. If you have a good shooty SMG, you can just use it the entire Chaos Chamber run. No ammo capacity upgrades, and you're fine. Depending on shotguns, a 1 ammo per shot shotgun, like the last rights, you can do the same. But snipers, launchers, and to some extent, some pistols, they're designed to just chug ammo. Can the shotgun come enchanted? Yes, yes it can. Ammo's low early game, it also teaches you to chainsaw. Yeah. Mid and late game, ammo isn't an issue because you have a lot more in chainsawing more often. I think a lot of people were turned off by the ammo situation before they got to that point. Fusion. I'm not saying I disagree with the Doom Eternal philosophy. I think it's an interesting way of tackling the problem. And teaches you to do the, like, intended gameplay loop of swap weapons depending on the target. I think that's good. But, given the generalist take. Hey Denel, how's stream going? Stream's good. Stream's good. We're vibing, playing different builds, farming guns, having fun chats. Just a chill Saturday. Really need another C35 character to get these quest rewards. I'm thinking about, and let me know if you guys would have an interest in this. I was considering posting for a resource in the Discord, just a save with quest rewards, if that's something you guys would want. Get more people using the items, you know? You know what would really help liquid cooling? Some sort of accuracy boosting mechanic. That's what I want the next character to have. I want them to have an accuracy skill. To tighten up the spread. You have an explosive build? Yes, I know explosive is an element. Basically just one that functions like it. That's... I mean, it's not really a thing. Like... Yes, this Ice Spike build is my explosive build. Ice Spike's area damage. Last Right's ricochets are explosive. Kind of like, it's just a thing you use on a case-by-case basis. Not really a build-around type deal. Question for you. When you finish PLC 2 with a character, do the maps unlock for all your characters in the Chaos Chamber? Just the one you did it on, Silent Rage. Just that one. Which can be advantageous. Like, let's say you have a character you want to farm for PLC 1 items from the wheel. It's probably better to not do PLC 2. And vice versa. If you have a character you want to farm the wheel, maybe only do the PLC that you want the stuff from. Thank you, you're welcome. Wild West Lawbringer class. You know, I'd be okay with it. I'd be okay with it. Call me the resident Doom Eternal expert. If save sharing wasn't this prevalent, giveaways could have been so cool. I still think it has some appeal for some people. Here he goes advocating last rights again. I never stop, Felicia. PLC post-launch content? Yes. Gun still seems pretty good. Broke damage cap by 500 million. Nice. Let's go. Good shit, Ramen. Dying. I had to get coffee. Thanks so much for stream. I shall catch you on Monday again with a buttload more questions. Cheers. Have a great Saturday and Sunday. Thank you, Rohit. I appreciate you. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Three awe, all damage. No area damage. I'm picky. You can afford to be picky when it comes to purples. Bard Mr. Torg class based on area damage. Yeah, I could totally see them doing that. I could totally see it. Misplace the decimal. So does it go up or down? We're not... Oh, okay. Yeah. What's damage cap? 1073 million. That's an amalgam with 2 contagion. But the passives are bad. Unlucky. Let's roll launchers. Because launchers are good in this game. Assuming the all buff icon on the bottom of the screen indicates how many parts of the skill are active, for example, it says ×2, you have both crit chance and damage. You are correct, Beaver. Absolutely correct. 755. Again, what armor are you wearing? I'm sorry, I forgot. A Paradigm, right? Have you calced for other armors? Try Claw if it can roll good enough skills. So Claw always gets a primary pet class, so you'll have to look at which skill combinations you can get there. Try Claw. Try Amnesia if you're willing to get Curse. Wait, this is the sermon we wanted! Let's fucking go! I've been wanting at least a chaotic cryo sermon with micro rockets. I actually really wanted this. Hell yeah. Good fucking drop. Never punished. Yeah. Try other armors. Claw can get a high threat count, only skill that matters. Maybe. I'm curious, let me look. I'm looking at the armor spreadsheet. Their armor get magic bullets. Stabo spell. Stabo primary, spell secondary. Exclamation point armor for the spreadsheet if you need to see it, Roman. Grave primary, anything interesting? No. Spore primary, nothing interesting. Claw primary cannot get high thread count either. That's a different one. Clawbringer primary can get awe, but I assume you're not a clawbringer. Anything relevant to spell shot? It's a sorcerer, right? So maybe suggestion of claw armor doesn't hold up. Because you could go spore primary, spell shot secondary, and get called shot and imbued weapon, but like an eagle eye. Other armor is probably better. Exclamation point or more. Yeah, amnesia might be a shout. What's the other one I was thinking of? Also, is everybody out there mowing their lawn? Can you guys hear that? It's like 3 different houses are doing it at once. We're doing a launcher run now. Oh yeah, passives don't help this. Lose spell shot power, which increases spell damage for spell equals damage from magic bullets. But you could just run a Sabo spell armor with 3 points on magic bullets. Now when I'm gun zerking is just as loud? Ah, understandable, Ken. Understandable. So if we can get ASA Frost here, that'd be real nice. I'll accept Spellcast Frost or Spellcast damage dealt, but ASA Frost would be the play. Oh, I fucking rolled past it. God damn it. That was it, and I rolled anyway. Ah, I'm so upset. No. Whatever, it's fine. It's fine, I'll cope.
Good luck.
Live in a neighborhood of men who apparently can't stand to be in the house with their families, so they mow lawns every 4 days around here. Yeah, there's always someone doing some kind of development around here of their rather small properties. I don't know what they think they're doing. I blew myself up.
You ain't as bad as you smell. Rough dagger.
save some for the Outpost boss. Ooh, what can I use that I haven't been? Let's use Boreas Breath. I like that idea. Boreas Breath gets slept on. It's a good shooting gun. And I haven't used the Chuck post change. It's supposed to be better at seeing targets now, supposedly. I wish Dookie could be more enchanted. Donkey? The donkey? Oh, I wish Donkey could be enchanted. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that'd be nice. Donkey's already, like, pretty high up on the sustained DPS pecking order. It's not sharing the same problem many assault rifles are. It's just, it's awkward. If my autocorrect would be like that. Boreas Breath is good. Duck autocorrect. Layered joke. I like it.
There's a chin in the air.
I still have yet to see the chuck of this thing actually damage anyone. Do you do anything? Huh, you do. But like, what are the rules for it? What's the logic here? How does it work? It certainly seems to do something. Yeah, well, like, that's pretty good. Look at that chuck, chat. No, it bounces. It makes a spike. Like, that's not bad. The shoot portion of the gun is good too. It's just a good gun. Pleasantly surprised by the chuck. It had difficulty actually hitting enemies before. It's much better off now. Let's do Gloop. OBS, give me my frames back. What are you doing? Gun's so sick, I forgot I was gonna launch her that. I got overly excited with numbers with Claw. What skills on the Claw? And which element Claw? Wow, the frost efficiency on that is fucking high. So for Claw Ramen, the Claw armor, the primary class is always a pet class. So that limits the multi-class combos it can get and locks it out of a lot of skills. Including magic bullets. So primary class on a Claw is always Clawbringer, Spore Warden, or Great Warden. Amnesia time? Maybe, but you have to get real weird with having Amnesia and the Amp. Like, you would have to engineer some sort of situation where you immediately take damage right after your shot, but before the shot connects. Which is theoretically possible, but like, is that physically gonna happen? No. So like, how unrealistic do you want this calc to be? Amnesia swap? Put the wop and swap. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know why I said that. Oh, by the way, if anyone missed it in the Discord, it started out as a shitpost, but I actually want to do it. You guys know the Morb meme? Yeah, we're gonna do a Morb movie night. I don't know, maybe next weekend? Maybe. We're gonna watch Morbius. Because of why not? Morbid time. No, you didn't, Boom. No, you didn't. Morbius memes lead to increasing concerns the sequel will be announced. I saw someone try to, like, fake a headline saying a sequel had been confirmed. It hasn't happened, right? Because I worry that one day...
No one gets rid of me that easy. Saved by emotion.
You got rated with 10 more billion viewers. It's the first movie to sell over 1 trillion tickets in the first hour. Can you believe that, chat? Every human who is alive, and every human who has ever been alive, bought a ticket to see Morbius. And I got morbed. Cat. Can I rename you to Morbius? random bone. Okay. The cat did it. He's so cute. You don't want to blame him, though. Go ahead. Do your thing. Jake is. Don't jump to the desk. Don't do that. I saw you eyeing it. What do you want? You're so cute. Blew myself up stopping this fucking cat from jumping on my desk. I saw him out of the corner of my eye. I was like, oh, he's jumping.
Appreciate the assist, little one. The cold of the grave.
Okay, he uses mortars again. He uses mortars. It's micro rockets, but they're good. I want to like this enchant, but it requires using Ghostblade, which I just like. If there's a way to extend Ghostblade's duration, other than stacking ridiculous amounts of duration passes, which I now want to do, sure. Does this give me ammo? Hey, say enchants with 50% elemental. Is that bonus damage or increase of existing? Increase of existing, Brendan. Increase of existing. Did that give me ammo? Did not give me ammo. Okay, I gotta actually, like, die in the fight. Awkward. I guess instead of a launcher and gloop. Why can't they just tell us the duration rather than saying short duration? It really bugs me too. There's not a lot of duration consistency. Sometimes the short duration is 6 seconds, sometimes it's 8, 10, 12. Some moderate duration is sometimes shorter than a short duration, like... I don't know. Why didn't that kill me? I'm trying to die. This will refill ammo, right? Math is hard. That's true. That's true. Do I have rockets now? No, it doesn't give you rocket ammo. I guess dying refills your other ammo? They really don't want you to use rockets in this game. What's the best gun? No such thing. It's not how these games work. It's not how they've ever worked. It's not how they ever will work. Fuck you, New Mexico. Don't you wish that evil? Sure love the word best. Yep. I sure do. What about pixies? You can absolutely argue that pixies are not best for some situations as well. There's one-shot calculations where they aren't peak damage over a given interval. I know you're kidding, but I figured I'd address it. Okay, what do we do to gloop? It's an interesting way of glooping. I guess we'll do this. And Borea is not really a gloop gun. It's good info to have though.
I'm made meaner stuff than that. Cool your head!
I'm just testing out various things to see how they compare for gloop, because nothing can match up to the Giga Chat option. Of the Great Bow. And I like proving that. Hey Ivan, how you doing?
Bells are up!
Great Bow. Is used version of the Great Bow still cracked? Yes. Yes, it is. I'll do a full run with it. Just for you, Ramen. Just for you. You gave me the excuse. You good, cat? You good, buddy? Yeah, Shark's Bane still wins here, honestly. Cool. Just keep using that.
Or whatever. Just take some shiny stuff and go, okay?
Yeah, happy Saturday to you as well, Pragmatic. Where you going? Great Bow is great. It's in the name. It is. That is true. No desk. You look like you want to jump, and I don't want you to jump. No. He did it. This cat. It's being extra cat. My cats more than dogs? I have cats. I've never had a dog I've been responsible for. I like dogs too. As a rule of thumb, by the way, short duration is 5 seconds, moderate is 10, as long as 20, a bit late. I had to make sure. Ooh, that's good info, CZ. See, that's totally different from PL3. And we would have no indication at all. He just wants lurv. No desk. Don't do it. See, putting a water bottle up in his path stops him. Put a mug in his path now. I don't think he'll jump up if he sees an obstacle. I'm gambling a mug on this. He's changing angles. I'm just gonna keep putting objects so that he doesn't... I can no longer see my monitor, by the way. Because now there's a thing of animal crackers in the way. That's usually great about not breaking shit. Your cats, maybe. Spores do area damage? Yes. And now if I move this, should be fine now. Because he's moved. Okay, we'll do one more run, and we'll do it with a good old used great bow. Mole man, love this gun. Yeah, pragmatic. Exclamation point armor.
Think you can make it? Watch out! What is this? Ice bite! Spell slots are ready!
Give me 1 second. This food is literally full. He's just being rude. Literally starving. Heads up. Of course, cherishes Zane 47 hours a day would know the answer to a move speed related question. Truly blessed. He's the best of us, really.
Cold to the grave! This'll come in handy.
See Zane 47.
Can't wait to throw some spells!
$1.6 bill? Nice. But the question there is, okay, how do you feasibly get that amnesia bonus and the Sweet Dreams amp? You could calc with, for a reasonable calc there, Ramen, you could do Cursed Wit instead of Sweet Dreams in an amnesia calc.
Piercing cold!
Reaper immunity time. Sir, that's so cursed. Your thoughts on Smart Armor? Is it good with From the Shadows? It's good with From the Shadows, relatively speaking, Brendan. It's gonna give you that bonus with no downside in FTS, with the exception of a few things. So, if you're doing a melee build with From the Shadows, you don't get this crit bonus, this 125 my Twin Soul has. You don't get that on FTS crits. It still has to roll through the natural crit chance for that to apply. And Smart Armor is still going to reduce the chance of that happening for you. And then outside of FTS, it's just reducing the chance of all of your crits. And the crit bonus it gives is not like a special crit boost or anything, it's just the same type as, you know, this shotgun crit. So considering you could just get a comparable amount on a single ring passive, or more realistically 2 ring passives, or many other places like your strength, it's just a very low value bonus compared to other things. And the penalty that the Smart Armor gives to your crit chance is not just a flat 50. It's not just, excuse me, it's not a 50 that's calculated in the same way as your increases are. It's a post-add 50, so it takes your final number and then halves it. It's hugely punishing. I don't really like Smart Armor at all. Now, in the case of playing a build where you are exclusively doing damage through things that can interact with crit spots, then yeah, it's fine, but... Amp on Curse Wit. Again, getting access to that Ramen's gonna be cursed, because you have to, like, to get the Curse Whip bonus, it has to be completely broken. The amp will not completely break it on its own. So you'd have to fire and then take enough damage for the Curse Whip to break before you get in range. When armor turns all pet damage to poison from our Greyborn 3 points of contagion. Awkward thing with that, Buick, is you have no real reason to convert to poison. Since since Contagion works off of any element, the reason you see so many poison-focused Contagion setups is because Pandemicium is a great armor for starting Contagion chains, and it requires poison. But if you're using an armor other than Pandemicium, you have no real reason to do that.
This fight could be worth my time.
Right, I just thought it would be fun. It's fun to convert companion elements into different things. And it's worth noting that if you use that armor, then your companions would be debuffing enemies to take more damage from things that happen to be poison, like the White Rider. That could work out pretty well.
Chew on this.
How much movement speed do you have in the Calc Ramen? You get more than that. Amnesia gives you 20. Mithranic gives you 25. Primordial passive on armor is 33.3. I don't know if you have that or have room for that. Then there's armor parts, yeah. Or, ward parts. If you're including Buffmeister in the calculation, then yeah, that. That hood a cosmetic? Yes. Yes, it is. It's a hairstyle. Okay, here's Bow versus Parasite. Great bow. I want to change my grave because he's in a great spot. Need to level a Stabbo. Yeah, I've got more characters I need to level. One of these days I'm leveling up Clawbringer. Oh, I took damage, lost my full health enchant. That's sad. So it's gonna look very mid until Play the Angles does that. Pandemicium with magic bullets. Bit confused about what it wants to be, but cool. Nice. I'm sure there's other ways of getting there. I'm sure you don't need to use that. For example, if you use a peg leg for the melee weapon, peg leg's another 30 movement speed. So, yeah. If the calc was already including Buffmeister for the other stuff, then, like, whatever, it's fine. But peg leg's 30 movement speed. Claw Stab Tide's a lot of fun. Yeah. Do you have Windrunner in the spec, Ramen? And Haste? Both at their doubled values, because Windrunner stacks twice and Haste doubles after you cast a spell. Area damage and movement speed with this skill spread is good. Ooh. 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 That's a volatile cape with all damage, movement speed, 2 in cold snap, 1 icebreaker. I wish it had more icebreaker, but taking it. That's useful. I could use that. If I have an inventory slot. Oh yeah, Wizard's Pipe sucks. It doesn't suck. It's an exaggeration, but I don't want a Wizard's Pipe. That works out nicely for me. Not haste? Not spec into haste, or... No stab it? Oh, right. You're a spell, not... Right. Brain fart.
You're only as good as your blade.
Yeah, I'll keep thinking of stuff for that, because it's an interesting thing. I want to do calcs for other things too, like max spell one-shot, ability one-shot, things like that. That'd be a good time. But anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the chill stream today. Mostly chill, anyway. I'm about tapped out for my energy. I'm gonna enjoy the rest of a lazy Saturday. Tomorrow's my day off, so I will not be live tomorrow, but we'll be back on Monday. More Wonderlands content and things and stuff and things. I'm always working on builds, so there's a solid chance I'll have something new for you then. I want to work on my melee build a little bit, so maybe I touch that up over the weekend. Let's find somewhere for y'all to go. Lazy's doing the thing. Bad Karma's doing his charity marathon still. Bird's playing Destiny. Dame's on Dishonored. Let's go say hi to Lazy. But as with yesterday, if you guys happen to get a moment, pop over to Bad Karma's stream. He's continuing his Borderlands series marathon for charity. St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Great cause. We raided over there yesterday, and as of yesterday, he'd raised over $2,000. So that's pretty good. So if you get a moment to pop over there as well, that's what Bad Karma's doing. But we're going to raid Lazy. Try to change up where I'm raiding, where I'm bringing you guys, and I'm curious to see what Lazy's doing. Let's go with... I don't have a shitpost. Cat, don't you do it again. I don't know. Say raid message or something. I got nothing. I'm very distracted because I'm trying to see what this cat is up to. And I don't trust him. Okay, you jumped that way. Nice, Beaver. Put on Amnesia under conditional, it's global. It is global, yeah. Alright, I'll see you guys over there. Bye.